Welcome to the Sounds of Arts Festival 2020 virtual edition.
Yay! My name is Kitamura, and
My name is Chihiro Shibayama.
we are co-founders of MuSE, Multicultural Sonic Evolution. So let's do this, Chihiro.
Yeah, 12 hours of amazing music.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, I've watched everything already, so I can say that this is going to be a fun event. So we have opera, classical music, contemporary music, dance, film, theater, many different things. So hope you can see all of them because every one of them is very wonderful.
Our festival in person is usually a week long and it's longer than 12 hours. So usually you have to go in person to look at every concert. But this way you can choose to watch whoever you want to watch, whenever you want to watch.
Sounds of Arts Festival started in 2011 at the Secret Theater in Long Island City. About the same time, we started a nonprofit as well. So it was very wonderful that we had this venue very close to where we are based. But unfortunately, due to the pandemic, the theater has closed permanently. We would like to dedicate this virtual festival to the theater in the memory of the whole 9 years. We have asked all the past collaborators and new collaborators to make this special event together.
We have also launched an Indiegogo campaign to support our 2020-2021 season. So if you're able to support, please check out the link below. The proceed will go directly to our artists. We collaborate and help us operate either online or in person when it's safe to do so. Many thanks to all of our artists who submitted their videos to us. Happy holiday to you and your family. Please stay safe and have a wonderful holiday season.
Thank you for watching.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Alicia.
Hi, Yui.
Sounds of Arts Festival 2020.
Yay!
Hey.
Woohoo!
We are opening up the festival with your piece. This is very special for us because we actually did this piece, the first half of it, in our festival in 2017. Did you finish it actually?
I finished what I'm calling Act 2, but it is begging for an Act 3, so
It's still
you know.
going. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so everyone meet Alicia Lieu. She's a great friend of mine from
Paris.
Paris. Yes. So Alicia, could you introduce yourself?
Sure. I am originally from California. I grew up playing the piano, the flute, and the trombone. And of course, I played in orchestra, pit orchestra, marching band, wind ensemble, jazz band, everything. I actually didn't start composing until my first year of college. And then I decided to become a composition major. So I went to grad school in San Francisco, and then I was in China teaching English for 2 years. During that time, I had been to Paris altogether 3 times. So the first year I was in Paris, that's where you and I met, Yui, right? And we studied with Dr. Lasser. Woohoo! And I remember we went to Euro Disney, right?
Yes,
Like
yes,
during
yes.
the composition program. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, so that was like a month-long festival for composers and pianists actually that year. We sang as well in a choir.
Oh yeah, so can we just take this moment to recognize the moment when you raised your hand in chorale and you said, am I supposed to be singing in parallel ninths with the bass?
Did I say that?
You said that.
No, but I mean, like, it was not fair because I was one of the 2 sopranos that we had in the choir, and the other girl was not there for the whole time. You know, if I get tired, nobody was there to sing the soprano part. Everybody goes down so much, like it goes flat. And I was like, so if I keep my pitch.
Yeah,
But
I love Ema. That was just such a great program.
it was great.
Yeah.
It was great.
So I moved to New York after China because I wanted to study with Dr. Lasser. So I spent a few years studying privately with him. So yeah, that's what brought me to New York.
We didn't see each other for a couple of years, but thanks to Facebook that we got reunited and now we work together.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you tell us about the piece you're working on? This is an opera.
Sure. So it is called Unwrapping Fortune, and it is loosely based on Chinese food, Chinese American culture, Jewish culture. It's partially based on, you know, events in my personal life or events in my friends' personal lives, partially based on some things that I read in books. There were a couple of books that sort of influenced some of this opera. One is called Fortune Cookie Chronicles, and the other one is called Battle Hymn of the Tiger Mother. So these were books that are based around Asian American culture. And some of these things that are in the book, you'll see some of the behaviors that come up in the opera. So it's been really great to read more about Chinese American culture, Chinese American food, but also about Jewish culture. And I also have a friend who is my Yiddish consultant because, you know, I'm not Jewish myself, so I consulted her. So, okay, here's a synopsis. You have the romantic interests, a girl and a guy, they're in high school, senior year. The girl is the daughter of the tiger mother. The guy is a Chinese food delivery boy because his parents own the local Chinese restaurant. So they get together. The mother is very unhappy about it. She tries to keep them apart. You find out that the Chinese restaurant is struggling because they have major competition from another restaurant that has a sandwich called the chow mein sandwich that has basically taken over New York City. And so Ivy, actually, the girl, she comes across some money, right? So she plays the lotto numbers on the back of the fortune cookie that he had given her on their first date. And it turns out that she won the lotto. But she can't collect on it because she's not yet 18. So she tells her mom, I will not give you this money, this ticket, unless you promise to give it to my boyfriend's family so we can save their business. So that's the end of Act 1. Oh, and also he gets stuck in the freight elevator for 3 days during the time that she's trying to collect the lotto winnings. So there's also this elevator aria where he's singing because he's been stuck in an elevator for 3 days. All right, so there's that. Then we cut to Act 2. So Act 2, 10 years have gone by, and we open with the girl, Ivy. She's accepting a position of CEO at the company she's been working at, and it's a food delivery company. It's called Chow Fun. So in her speech, she's like, thank you, you know, for giving me this opportunity. She thanks her current CEO for creating this program called Female Accelerator for Leadership, Sales, and Entrepreneurship. And if you look at the acronym, it spells out FALSE, right? FALSE. So, you know, so she gives a speech, and at the end of the speech, the romantic guy, Kwanfai, he walks in at the end of the speech. So then the next scene is actually dinner. And of course, the mom isn't happy about seeing him. Of course, the dad is super happy to see him. So we have a whole scene around dinner and what happens at dinner, and they get caught up sort of, you know, with the last 10 years. It's a speech, and at the end of the speech, the romantic guy, Kwanfai, he walks in at the end of the speech. So then Kwanfai walks Ivy home and they reconnect. And then the mother has her own aria. So the tiger mom has her tiger mom aria. Then we have the official date, the next date after 10 years. And it's in Ivy's office where she's now CEO and she's had this transitional meeting. But then she makes some ugly discoveries during the meeting. But then they get together. So even though they get together, it's not the end of the story because she's discovered that she has been very wronged by her company. So.
Oh. Well. So in the video that we're about to watch, no one is in the costume or the set. So maybe you can tell who is who in the video.
Right. So we have the original video from 2017. And the love interest is played by Carly Miller, and she has long curly hair. And the Kwanfai, the other love interest, is played by Steven Velasquez, and he's got short hair. And then we have the mother, who is played by Estibles Martinez. I believe she's wearing something glittery in the video. And then we have Brian Alvarado, who is the father, and he's wearing a jacket. Then, so part two, we had to record during the pandemic. So it's done on stage. There's no costumes. We're keeping 6 feet apart, masks when we can, trying to be safe. So so again, we're lucky enough to get Carly as the soprano. So she's with us again for that. Then for the love interest, we have David Charles Tay. You'll see him on the right side of the screen. So he'll be there for most of it. Then we have a baritone, the father. We have Hernan Barriso. He's on the left side of the screen for the big number. And then we have the mother, played by alto mezzo Munchun Wong. And because of the pandemic, she had to do double duty. So she's at the piano as well. She's at the piano and she's singing her part. Now, technically, we're overdubbing her part, but you could say that she's singing from the piano from behind her mask, if you want to think of it that way. That might work too.
So she is basically accompanying herself.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So she's very talented.
She's super talented. And this time I was lucky enough to get a music director, David Steck. Of course, due to COVID, he couldn't be in the space. So he's been FaceTimed in. Of course, he's not in the performance, but he's been coaching us for Act 2.
Wonderful. So first part is taken in 2017. Now we have 2020 for the second act, and maybe in a year or two, you have the third act, right?
Hopefully.
Yeah.
And hopefully we could do it on a stage with an audience.
Well, that's really the key, right? Because we want to perform with the audience in the theater. Well, anyways, thank you, Alicia. Let's watch this together. The first number of the festival, Unwrapping Fortune by Alicia Lieu.
Dinner time approaches at the Blumenkrantz apartment on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. The home is bustling with activity. Simon and Grace Blumenfeld have just arrived home from work, and their daughters, Ivy and Holly, are toiling away. Ivy is working on calculus homework, and Holly is practicing violin, somewhat badly.
I just can't wait to have mealtime. there are so many orders to deliver. Working after a full day of school, it's the busiest time of the day, and there's always a customer who doesn't pay. Wait!
I'm so in love with our house. I am so lucky to have you.
I can't believe that they stayed on of a tip. Wait, now hold on. This is where Ivy lives. She's only the prettiest, funniest, smartest girl in the class. Have courage. Will you meet me in the park tomorrow?
Ivy, there's money on the bureau. Be sure you get the correct change.
Yes, I will. Meet you in the park tomorrow.
Oh, why, hello, Quanfai. How's your parents' business doing?
It's tough, Mrs. Blumenkrantz. We're losing a lot of business to the chow mein sandwich. Thanks for asking.
Here's a 10% tip for you, Quanfai. Study hard. May you bring your family good fortune.
The next day, after the dinner delivery rush for Quan Phi, and after Ivy's speech and debate club meeting, Ivy meets Quan Phi at the Bethesda Fountain in Central Park. He's sitting on a bench with Chinese takeout and jumps up and waves when Ivy sees her. She runs over to him and hugs him.
Thanks for coming to meet me. May I take your hand? When I'm holding your hand, I could fly to the moon. I just want to bring you good fortune.
When you're holding my hand, I can do anything that I put my mind to. You just want to bring me good
it's special because I'm with you. Ivy, you know the Chinese culture, the number 8 is the luckiest? Today is the 8th. The time is 8:08. And now we will make 8 lucky wishes. I will make the first 4, and you will make the last 4. How does that sound?
That sounds wonderful. Let me just think.
I wish you could hear your own laugh, 'cause it's contagious. I wish you could feel your own kindness, it's infectious. I wish you could see that you bloom just like a flower. I wish that you'll always have prosperity. Those are my 4 wishes for you. Now, it's your turn. What can I grant you today?
I wish that I had a fortune cookie for dessert. I wish that I could see my first R-rated movie. I wish that I could learn how to play pool. I wish that I could tell the homecoming king that his girlfriend is not a true blonde. She's not a true blonde. Hi. Jimmy boy, your girlfriend gets her hair dyed at the same salon as my mother. I'm glad I got to be with you.
Ivy stops by the local bodega on the way home and plays the lotto numbers she found on the back of her fortune. She knows she will get the book thrown at her when she walks through the door because she's never been late coming home before. She braces herself. Grace suspects Ivy has been with a boy.
Ivy, where have you been? I am so disappointed. Go to your room and don't come out till I tell you to, which will be in 1,000 years.
Gracie, have some grace. Life is not a race, don't you remember? When I looked at you the way for the first time, it was December at Harvard. I was struggling, but you always let me, notion always quizzed me. Through Plato, Aristotle, Schrodinger, and parabolic orbits in full throttle, we fell in love.
Simon, I remember. How could I forget that sweet semester at Harvard?
Despite severe disapproval from Ivy's mother, Ivy and Kwanfai continue to date in secret. They meet at a place where neither set of parents would think to find them.
Do you think that it's okay to do this? Will we get in trouble?
Yeah, I mean, everyone is doing it.
I mean, how do you think we'll feel afterwards? Will it change everything?
Nothing will ever change how I feel about you, Ivy. Besides, it was mentioned in the Times op-ed today. We have to find out its secret. What is this thing that I'm holding?
Chow mein sandwich.
You certainly break the mold.
This is not a sandwich. When I was young, I adored these chow mein noodles.
Thin crunchy strips I abhor. These are so not Chinese, it's brutal. Strange, but yet alluring. I soon not turn my eyes away.
The mistake of it is growing for everybody every day.
I can't believe it's starch on starch, the rosy brown sauce easy parch, and crucialus, it's wonder bread. I can't believe it's today's op-ed. Noodles on bread, not open-faced.
Why hesitate? Quick, let's make haste to chow on this wondrous dish, this chow mein sandwich.
Can't believe you're gonna plow into this. It's wretched and scandalous. Wouldn't you rather have fish or something more rich like pork belly?
I'm chowing down now because it's not found in any corner deli.
Are you ready? I hate it so much that it's delicious, this chow mein sandwich. Competition that is vicious, they're going to be rich. Immigrants from China, my parents live the dream. But this dream they have weighs down on me. It's getting lady liberty, but everyday deliveries just want a break. Can I rest, please?
This stupid thing that I'm holding, this chow mein sandwich.
Pray that great block will be folding 'cause of the chow mein sandwich.
Chow mein,
Chow mein
it's totally bad. Sandwich.
Between deliveries, Kwanfai finds himself stuck in a service elevator. He's been pushing all the buttons, yelling, pounding on the elevator doors, and trying to pull the doors open to no avail. Fatigue and panic set in. He doesn't know how long it will be until he gets rescued, if at all. 3 days pass.
Well, at least I had apartment 60's massive order with me. Guess all I can do now is wait.
Will I ever get out of here? No air, no way to get out of here. What? Doesn't anybody know I'm here? No take off here. Chinese fast food in a hurry, even faster than delivery. I'll call it Panda Express. No tears, don't cry for me anymore. I found love and I've had a pretty nice life. Though I'll never have a wife.
Ivy watches the lotto draw with great interest. 22, 28, 32, 33, and 39. 42 for the bonus. Ivy's eyes grow larger and larger as she realizes she's just won the lottery. But she knows she can't collect on the ticket because she won't turn 18 until next year.
Mama, I won. I won with the lucky numbers from the fortune cookie. But I'll only give you the ticket if you promise to save Kwanfai's family.
Ivy, how could you say such a thing? We need that money for your college fund. And why are you dating Kwanfai when I strictly forbid it? Simon, talk some sense into your daughter.
In life, there are no guarantees.
For our lives, there are no return policies.
We will get through this together.
Life's as unpredictable as weather.
All we can do is take life one step at a time.
But what if Ivy doesn't go to Harvard?
And we will just have to think a little harder.
But what if this ruins our family?
But what if the safe freight watch delivery and Kwanfai's whole family?
But if I never see him again,
This is not good fortune.
I know for sure I love him. I love him. Although it's not just a careless
I
way.
just wanted to bring her good fortune.
She deserves equity.
Fairness. Utilizing. Compensation. Transparency. It's my honor to succeed. Mr. Wolf, in heart, mind, and deed, I pledge to do my best to elevate Chopin above the rest. I promise to deliver. Unintended, just funny. Don't look back, door knock down. We're gaining yelp for the round. It's time to make Chopin
Abraham Columbus.
Jesus H. Christ on a bicycle.
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Blumenkrantz. Do you remember me? Gott sei Danken, I don't mean to crash the party. I just came to congratulate Ivy.
Son of a biscuit eater.
I'm sure she'd love to see you. Please join us for dinner.
Well, actually,
It's not too much of an imposition. Why not at all, dear boy? Or should I say, dear man? I can't believe it's been 10 years. 10 years of us saying I'm not seen confined. We're going to my favorite place. We go there every year for Jewish Christmas. Here is Ivy, the restaurant is just one avenue over. We'd like to take the rabbi here for kosher duck. This place isn't as successful as your franchise pen success, but it's been a neighborhood staple, fighting the outrageous rent. I am sorry that your parents' restaurant couldn't make it here. Many folded during the pandemic. Please tell me they're in good cheer. Everyone has to work tomorrow. Let's just all pick one dish each. Poppycock, we've got time to borrow. Let us order 2 dishes each. Thank you, Mr. Blumenkrantz. May I see the Chinese menu? You know that all the best entrees aren't on the English menu. You are a good man, and please tell me, how is your mother? She is quite well, thank you. She's CFO. recipe for orange chicken. Isn't he great? Isn't he kind? Isn't he a man ahead of his time? We are having a family celebration. It would be great if you join us Saturday. It would be my honor to join you on Saturday. So tell me, how great walked it be to chow mein sandwich A? The low-carb revolution, and that's low-carb productive save the day. Hallelujah! 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 Not to mention the winnings from Ivy's lotto play. I heard you went to Stanford. Well done, what was your major? My major was software engineering. But you didn't finish your degree. Yes, I had to take care of Mama when she had a heart attack. Your mother had a kind heart. She always put extra fortune cookies in a bag. She put in a special chocolate-covered one for Ivy's birthday once. Speaking of fortune cookies, here's the checklist for. I will get the check. No, I will get Ivy. So I will pay the check. I twisted my ankle. Waiter, please bring an ice pack. We will get Mom home in a taxi, but we mustn't skip the reading of the fortunes. I'll go first. Every flower blooms in its own sweet time. Quanfai? A beautiful, smart, and loving person will be coming into your life. Ivy?
An acquaintance of the past will be coming into your life. Mama, it's your turn.
Time is precious, but truth is more precious than time.
Holly's in the restroom. Quanfai, why don't you read her fortune? Help! I'm being held prisoner in a Chinese bakery. Well, at least he isn't trapped in an elevator. If it's alright with Ivy, I'd like to walk her home.
I must admit, I was shocked to see you.
So was your mother. I didn't mean to scare the parents. I command. It is the simplest of demands. Speaking of demands, how is it that your mom hasn't married you off yet?
She hasn't met any available surgeons.
Ivy, are you happy?
most. Now I cannot rest, I would do my best to keep comfort away from my bed. Come in.
Wow, Ivy, nice office.
Thanks.
What's the matter?
I don't know. This transition is making me uneasy for some reason.
Here, have some orange chicken. It might make you feel better.
What is it about orange chicken?
Sweet and savory, crispy, puffy and glazed.
Gets me through the dreariest, awfulest of days.
Makes me feel alive and kicking.
Until that food coma kicks in. One day I'll cook for you my secret recipe for lemon chicken. I dream of serving it in a fancy ambiance.
I can't wait to try it. Now, no Chinese-American meal would be complete without a fortune cookie.
Be careful, or you could fall for some tricks today. Well, have you got any magic tricks, Quan-Fi?
Of course I do, Ivy.
What does your fortune say?
The sure way to predict the future is to invent it.
I suppose I'm a little overwhelmed by this title. Look at this drive. They can't even keep it organized.
May I? I'll just run a program that looks into each file and pulls out all the keywords and groups them alphabetically. Oh my.
What is it?
Ivy, you need to sit down for this. Female accelerator for leadership, sales, and entrepreneurship goes to the most gullible one, the Harvard grad.
Oh, we thought that they were bad at acronyms. I guess they knew what they were doing.
It's not just false, that's false. There is a memo called deduct. It stands for deducting endless drinks into corporate trusts. They siphoned all the drink orders from Chow Fund into corporate trusts.
Boy, they really are bad at acronyms. Shouldn't that be an I, not a you? Then they'd be de-dixie.
They are supreme dicks, Ivy. Fairness, utilizing compensation, transparency. They've been lying about women's pay. I really hate to say this, but you have been royally F-U-C-T.
Oh, I'm the CEO of a corrupt corporation. Turns out Chow Fun is anything but fun. What do I do now?
Well, perhaps we could take a move from the women shattering glass playbook. Haven't you heard? Dream with ambition, lead with conviction. See yourself in a way others may not.
When life gives me lemons,
The next piece is Piano Four Hands. Hi Yukiko, hi Alex, how are you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you introduce yourselves?
Hi, my name is Yukiko. I'm a Japanese pianist. We moved here to Barcelona 2012 from New York.
And I'm Alex. I'm a pianist from Barcelona, Spain. And Yukiko and I, we've been having a piano duo for several years now.
Wonderful. Before we get into the video that we're about to watch, I want to ask you about your life in Barcelona. How have you been doing during this pandemic?
Well, it's been like everybody else, it's been a little bit tough times, and we've had many cancellations, and we've been teaching online from the house, playing some online concerts too. And now we are going back to little by little to normal life, even though we still have concerts canceled and they have to be postponed. So we're trying to do as best as we can.
Yeah, but we're both grateful that we could keep teaching, and it was pretty tough, but also a great opportunity for us to get to learn more pieces and to get to practice more time.
Great. So let me ask you about the piece that we're about to hear. Can you talk about the composer and the piece?
Yeah, well, we're playing Manuel de Fallas, one of the dances from La Vida Breve, which is one of the first ballet opera that he composed. And we thought it was a good opportunity to have Spanish music played with a Japanese pianist and Spanish one. And this is one of the most popular pieces by Falla, and this is a transcription that he made for two pianos. So it's the second dance from La Vida Breve.
Well, for him, he has a natural Spanish spirit. But for me, it was certainly difficult to interpret it, and also to get the feeling of the Spanish spirit through the music.
But it was a good process to get to learn how to do Spanish music from an international point of view, like from Yukiko, and to find poems in common and to achieve this kind of mixture. So it came out kind of interestingly.
Yeah, I mean, Alex is from Barcelona, but, Yukiko, I know Yukiko more, and I know that she loved Spain so much. So it's wonderful that you're in Spain making music. So I know that, Alex, you have a YouTube channel. You're very active, posting many piano music on there. Can you talk about it a little more?
Yes, well, since this confinement, prior to the confinement, I had the idea I usually talk during the concerts, and I give master classes and about Spanish music in Japan also. And I had the idea of making some videos and came up with some project. And because of the pandemic and the confinement, it was a great opportunity. So I'm starting a series of videos talking about Spanish music, giving ideas about the images behind the music. Sometimes I analyze the score.
Also, he specializes teaching in Spanish music here, and also he was invited to teach in Japan. And we had a feeling in Japan, Spanish music is not so, it's known, but it's not well played. It's not often played. So the idea is to translate everything in Japanese, not only in Spanish, but the videos are in English, basically. So for people in Japan to get to know more repertoire and ideas, how to play, what's behind the repertoire.
Cool. Well, now Yukiko is in Spain. You're doing more Spanish music. You have to bring Japanese music to Spain as well, right?
Right. That's actually the next step.
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm working on it. Yeah, more. Yeah.
Yeah. So, we have only like 2 weeks left in 2020. Do you have any plans for 2021?
Well, we have a lot of plans, but now they're just like in a project state because of the pandemic. We have like maybe recording planning or some concerts and project ideas, but in Spain at least the whole cultural circuit is a little bit hurt because of the pandemic, so everybody's trying to recover, so nothing is like consummated yet. So
but the
we'll
concerts
see.
that are postponed from 2020, hopefully we get to do them next year. Talking about Japanese compositions, I have a program specifically for Japanese compositions and also the Occidental music that are influenced by Japanese culture. They're very interested in presenting this. So I was really excited to do it this year, but I couldn't do it. So hopefully next year.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, everything is up in the air right now, so hope you'll get to do that. Yeah. Do you have any news to share with us?
So if you would like to hear more about Spanish piano music, if you like Spanish piano composers like Albeniz, Granados, and Falla, you can visit my channel with the help of Yukiko. The videos are in English and Yukiko has translated it to Japanese. So you can take a look a little bit about some pieces and analyzing the music, explaining about the story and the images behind the music. So you can visit the channel here, and if you like it, you can subscribe. Thank you.
Do you miss New York?
A lot.
That's where you met, right?
Right.
Yes.
We miss the times, but Barcelona is pretty good too.
Well, yeah, that I have to admit. But because we were younger and different energy, and we were students as well, and
so we miss the youth.
No, we're pretty happy here in Barcelona, but yes, New York is a very special city in terms of the arts and the music and all that. We'll visit one day. Yes.
Yeah, once this pandemic is over, we can go anywhere, right?
We can travel finally.
Well, thank you, Yukiko and Alex. I mean, I'm excited to hear this piece, so let's listen to it.
Thank you.
I'm Maggie Moe. I'm the lyricist for the song you're about to hear. The brilliant composer of the song, Josh Vranas, is busy at work with another upcoming project we have in the works, so stay tuned for that. In the meantime, I will speak on our behalf. Passionate about climate change and inspired by a certain young Swedish environmental prodigy, Josh and I were left with one all-important question. How dare you?
Don't need your hope. I live in fear here every day. Just trying to cope, trying to steer clear out of the way. You let forests die for the economy. Insects won't fly, I want autonomy. The house is on fire, so start to retire and hear my battle cry. How dare you? Who do you think you are? It's unfair you have let things go this far. Do you have no notion that all of our oceans are soon to be extinct? Or were you too busy counting your millions of dollars to take 1 second and think? How dare you? Honestly, how dare you? Your little stories, though charming at the start, the truth is more gory and has dire counterpart. We won't have trees if it stays this way. The birds and the bees will be just a cliche. Our planet is dying, so join me in crying, cause it's a fervent plea. How dare you? Who do you think you are? It's unfair you have let things go this far. Do you have no semblance that all of our remnants are soon to be extinct? Or were you too busy counting your millions of dollars to take 1 second and think? How dare you? No one is too small to make a difference at all. Attack me for the way I look, I won't read another book. No one is too small to make a difference at all. Attack me for the way I look, I won't read another book. No one is too small to make a difference at all. Attack me for the way I look, I won't read another book. Who cares about school when the wrong people rule and our whole planet is cooked? How dare you? Who do you think you are? It's unfair you have let things go this far. Do you hear the chorus that all of our forests are soon to be extinct? Or were you too busy counting your billions of dollars to take 1 second and think? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you?
Hi, Kevin.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very good, and I have to say I'm really grateful for being included in this project for Soph.
Oh, thank you. Like your video, I love that.
Good, thank you.
So, it'll be great if you can introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Kevin Chavez. I'm a New York City-based oboist, and I've been here for a little over 10 years, and I did my grad school here in New York City. And I'm always looking for cool and interesting ways to showcase the oboe. One of the things that happens to me whenever I play a recital somewhere, and I get to play all around the tri-state area, people come up to me at the end of the recital and go, I never would have thought of the oboe as a solo instrument. And it drives me crazy when I hear that, but it also, frankly, leaves me with a nice blank slate. They have no expectations, so I can sort of come with whatever I want. And so I'm always looking for fun opportunities to put the oboe in places where the audience wouldn't expect it. And of course, the audience expects the oboe in an orchestra, but they don't always expect it in solo situations or in an oboe quartet situation.
Yeah, so the wonderful thing about this video that we're about to watch is that you're playing all of them. And you're playing different oboe family. So
yes,
maybe you can talk about four of
Sure.
you. I mean, literally four of you, right?
Yeah.
So maybe you can talk about who is playing what.
Sure. Well, one of my favorite things to do, actually, just in my own rewards, musical rewards, is to play with other oboe players. I am an oboist. I love performing with other oboe players. And of course, it's pandemic time for everybody, and so that's not possible. So the only other oboe players I could play with are me. So what I decided to do was to have some music arranged for oboe quartet, and that I would just play each part separately. And what's really fun is I am I am a Menig artist, and Menig is a brand of oboe. And they make 4 types of oboes. They make the oboe that everybody knows. They make the oboe d'amore, which is the next down in the line. They make the English horn, of course, and the oboe and the English horn are the most popular oboes that perhaps the casual orchestra attendance goer would know about. The oboe d'amore is a little less common, but it sits in between the two. And then the last one is the bass oboe, which is incredibly rare. In fact, most orchestras don't even employ a bass oboe player. They would call somebody up on the rare occasions that the bass oboe is called for, like the Planets, or there's some stuff by Strauss that sometimes calls for the bass oboe or heckelphone. So I, being a Menig artist, own all 4 of their line. And so when I got this quartet arranged, I thought it'd be really fun to have it arranged not just for like 3 oboes and English horn, which is the most common, but 1 for each oboe. And I have to say the reception has been pretty good on some of the other videos that I've made with this arrangement. People are saying the same kinds of things when I do my recitals, like, oh my gosh, what's that other oboe? What's that big thing? What does it sound like? And so that's why I wanted to do this instrumentation. This piece of music is very special to me. The tune is known as Danny Boy or Londonderry Air. It's a very famous tune. In the wind band world, it's very famous because it's called Irish Tune from County Derry, which was written by Percy Aldridge Granger. Percy Granger is a composer who's known to take folk hymns and make a masterpiece from them. And so that's what he's done with O Danny Boy. And so this arrangement is O Danny Boy, but it's Percy Granger's sort of treatment of O Danny Boy that has been reimagined for 4 oboes. So it's a traditional tune that has been bounced around through so many people, but it's very special to me because when I went to high school and I got to play in the premier high school band, it was one of the first pieces I got to play, and it's beautiful and I love it. And the arrangement is wonderful, and the treatment that Percy Granger gave it is wonderful. Lots of dissonances and resolutions, which just really are impactful. And so when I thought to do this, I found this arrangement, and I had a friend help me get it edited so that I could have it for these 4 oboes. That's why I recorded it. I just love the piece, and it reminds me of those years in high school playing this wonderful music.
Oh, that's great. Wow. I love this tune as well. Yeah.
Yeah. I think a lot of people will recognize it when they hear it.
Definitely, definitely. So, you're in New York and basically everything is shut down right now.
Yeah.
And you're working on this beautiful overdubbing project, and I'm enjoying every one of them. But
Yeah.
how can people find out more of your videos of other things? Is there like a YouTube channel or like?
Yeah, I do have a YouTube channel, and my YouTube is I can be found under Obospieler, but I spelled it wrong by mistake when I was in high school, and now I'm stuck with it. So I'll spell it for you. It's Obospieler. So it's oboe without the E.
Oh, okay.
It's German. Oboespieler is German, but I just forgot the E at the end of oboe. So that's how you can find all my videos. I haven't taken anything off. So even from my schoolwork, there's videos on there. You can see lots of videos from, 10 years ago, even 11 years ago. You can see my progression as a musician through there.
Wonderful. So is there anything that you are working on right now?
Yes, so thank you for asking. I on my YouTube channel for Halloween, every week I posted a video of the same instrumentation, oboe, oboe d'amore, English horn, and bass oboe, and I did 3 different Halloween tunes. Or did I do 4? I can't remember. It was either 3 or 4. I can't remember. And I'm just about to start releasing some Christmas videos as well. So I'll do some short little Christmas bites. I'll probably do at least 2, but I'm hoping to do 4, but probably 3. So those are going to come out soon. And these are going to be a little bit different because the arrangements are not always just going to be those 4. It's going to be a mix of those 4 instruments, but sometimes it'll be 6, sometimes it'll be less. So stay tuned on the YouTube channel. There'll be fun stuff to watch there.
Thank you. So let's listen to the oboe quartet. Hi, Lee. Hi, Toshi.
Hi, Yui.
Hi.
Thank you for joining me today. You're both in New York, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I want to ask you to introduce yourselves, please. Lee, maybe you start.
Okay. My name is Lee Douglas, and I live in New York City. Grew up in the rural part of New Jersey, and I came to New York shortly after high school. I had started commuting to New York for my dance classes, and then I just moved here after high school.
How about you, Toshi?
Originally from Japan, 1984, I came to New York. I was a kabuki actor. Yeah, switched to the No. Came to New York, living since 1986. Study Martha Graham, contemporary dance, ballet, many other type of dance.
Great. So I know that you wrote this show, Join Together, because I already watched it in our festival last year. I already know your collaboration was very interesting, how you wrote this thing together. So can you talk about the collaboration?
Sure. I'm going to just give you a tiny bit of background on the genesis of the idea first. So I wrote this play in English several years ago, right after I read Thirst for Love by Yukio Mishima. And I was really intrigued by the lead female character's masochistic attitude towards love. And then the form that he used, where he tells the story in third person, and then we get her thoughts. You're seeing the inside of her thinking, and then you're also seeing the external world. So I just put it aside. And then when we first did it in 2015, I pulled it out and I said, you know, what can we do with this? And then I decided that it needed music and dance. And so I met Kento, and we started talking and throwing around ideas. And then I decided that I needed my two lead actors, which was Yasunobu and Kaede. And I got a referral, and I met Toshi. And once I met Toshi, it was a whole different ballgame, because we started talking about it and brainstorming, and he brought so much to it, which he can tell you about. And the show took a completely different direction. And that's how it ended up being in, well, you know, we made a decision that it should be in Japanese.
Okay, so Kento is a composer. We have how many? 8 original, song music. But anyway, so I met Lee at the cafe, and I read a script, and earlier, it's pretty much like Shakespeare. So then I told Lee, oh, this is great for like a 19th century in England, but Lee wants to do in 17th century Japan with Japanese dialogue. So then it's a little bit, so character, first of all, main character Kaede, 17th century Japan, it's not too many women like Kaede. So that's why, you know, I recommend maybe could be 19th century, 17th century, you know, France or England. But so then, can we collaborate in you know, scenario, a story as well? Then she said, "Oh, welcome." So that's why we started. But original Born, it's written by Lee.
I thought the interesting part was that, you know, you write in English, Lee, and then the product that comes out on stage is in Japanese. So,
right, because we translated all the dialogue and revamped the dialogue. And the translation part of this was very interesting, because Toshi translated everything, and then I got a big lesson that there's no direct translations between English and Japanese. And he'll attest to this. It took me a little learning curve on that one, which was fantastic, actually. And then actually we took the Japanese, and Kento sort of translated it back into English for me, just so I could, you know, make sure that the subtextual
meaning was coming through. Because as a director, I had to direct then from subtext, not actual dialogue, right? Because I didn't understand it. So they knew what the actors needed.
So for those of you who are watching this video, you might wonder why Kento can do it, because Kento is bilingual as well. It kind of worked out, right? Because for you guys, because Kento was bilingual and Toshi was very strong in Japanese and Japanese culture, and kabuki, and history. And you had this imagination and the passion to make this Yukio Mishima's play, inspired by that, and then you wrote this original thing, and it's wonderful. Like, I think this collaboration is like, first of all, very unique, because it's something that born beyond the language barrier, it's very I've never seen something like this in terms of collaboration.
Well, and the other thing too was that so the music is somewhat of a fusion using the Japanese styles instrumentation, but then Kento has a contemporary flair and his opera background and all of that, and then the dances had to reflect that as well. And Toshi was very involved with the music with Kento as well.
Yeah, and also before I started, I read first version of the translation, and it's everything correct, but just a translation. There's no juicy meat or it's just a straight translation. Can't use for the theater, especially a song. So, and that was a beautiful poem. I read English and Japanese, but I have to trim to make a music. Goes with the melody, and kabuki is a 5/7/5, like a tanka or haiku. It has a rhythm, so I had to transform that formation. I had kabuki music background, nagauta, kyouta, gidayu, so I have a melody in my body. I read the original script, story, then gave me the scene. I loved it.
For me, one of the most exhilarating parts of this is that I do a lot of Shakespeare. That's poetry. So what Toshi did was he made poetry out of the script, which was really dear to my heart. One day I will be able to read it in the Japanese, just not right now. But so the fact that we were able to take the script and make it a poetic drama was really, really important to me. So that's why this is such a great collaboration.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. Like, not many people know about this if you're not in the theater world, but the writers take years to make final product. So, not like essay for school homework. So how many workshops have you done, and do you think you have almost the final, or you still have revisions you're thinking of, or what is your goal, like a vision for this, or because of the nature of the festival was more like black box theater, not much props or the set, are you thinking of having like a big Broadway kind of like big set, and or more intimate space with less props? What do you imagine?
Well, we definitely are doing another version, and probably a version after that, and growing it. I mean, I do see it, I call it an operetta now. I wouldn't mind expanding on the musical side a little bit more, but Toshi and I have already started working on a bigger, fuller version with more of the backstory coming into it, which would require more characters. It would explain more of what's going on. So yes, indeed. As far as sets, we probably will never be set heavy or prop heavy. It's not the style of the show, and I'm much more interested in like one character, she holds a bowl and that's the kitchen. You know, like I'm more about that. And I'm sure Toshi will agree with that. So yes, we have plans to grow the show for sure. Hopefully a film too.
Yeah, I think it depends, space and also cast. We want to go to the, for example, like somewhere university, like a showcase or a concert version. Or if we have many children audience, we can do more like, suitable for the children. And yeah, it's a very flexible, I think.
Maybe you can describe each person's role for the people who are watching this for the first time. And because of this time, it's not a full show that we did on the festival, because you starting cut into maybe half of the length. So yeah, so maybe you can talk about what Toshi is playing, what other people are playing, so that generally you can get the idea of who is related to how.
So the leads are Kaede and Yasunobu. Yasunobu is a samurai, semi-retired samurai. He was married earlier and his wife died. He's now not married, and for his service, he's sort of given this young woman from her family as his wife. So it's somewhat of an arranged marriage. The other important character is Ume, who's the household servant who has been with Yasunobu since they were young. So there's a whole storyline there for them. And then Saburo, who is the gardener and sort of becomes Kaede's desire.
And Kaede and Yasunobu are
married. Yeah.
But age difference like a 25, even 30 years old.
But that's the setting, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Can you tell us if you have any plans for 2021? Not maybe just Joanne, but in general, if you have anything coming up.
Well, we planned this year June at Boston. So we pretty much set up everything. So hopefully we can try again next year, same June or July. There's a Boston Japan Festival. It's a big event for the Japanese culture. So we are, around there. So we're trying to do again, and also hopefully somewhere small theater in Manhattan too.
I mean, obviously, my goal is to take it to Japan.
Yeah.
and Europe. Yeah, I mean, I think it should tour. So that's my feeling.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Lee and Toshi, for joining me today. And let's watch Joanne.
12年戦乱の世も収まりて心は紀州日高公戦国取りの武士鶴岡安信都より訴訟を終えて戻り来るしてその館にはアタックの人が待ちにけり
燃え盛る石積みじゃ。あれは2月前、セミしぐれの木立の中、わらわは見てしまった。噛まれてしまった。そして火がついてしまった。それまであやつはただの庭師、単なる使用人であったのに。あの昼下がり、わらわは彼岸花を求め裏山に分け入った。すると何やら異様な気配が。
私にはあなた様を含めこのうちのことはすべて承知いたしております。さて、この次に何が起こるのか、それだけが気がかりでございます。 30年前の夏、若き安信様は関ヶ原の戦い、いざ出陣のその前夜、生き死に分からぬ戦なればと、月の明かりの幸い、松虫草の生い茂る、光が丘でしのび夜露に濡れ抱き合う。あの夏草の群れるような匂い、一夜限りの地に薄 薄紫の小さい花が揺れて私が身ごも手柄を立ててお戻りになった安信様にいざお伝えしようとした矢先、所詮は儚い夢。ご家老の末娘お英様の祝言が発表され、それは人々にとってはゆいゆい喜ばしいことではあったが、私の腹は少しずつ膨らんでいった。真夜中に屋敷も抜け出して凍るような谷水流れの中にこの腹を沈めて13夜。愛とはなんぞや、愛とはなんぞや。衰えてく天のめでたき送りのやら、開け苦しみ
けガラス泣き連れ知らす船出かな冷たく生まれ涅槃の海へ
Hi, Audrey. Hi, Adam. How are you?
Hi. Hi.
So everyone, this is DuoAA Duo. Can you tell us about yourselves?
My name is Audrey Lieu from Taiwan. My family moved here when I was 12 years old, and I started playing the violin when I was 5.5.
Great. How about Adam?
Hi, I'm Adam von Housen. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. I moved to New York when I was 23 for grad school at Brooklyn College. I'm still living here.
Wonderful. How are you doing in this pandemic? How are things with you? Adam?
Things really drastically changed because I actually don't have any students. So unlike my friends when the pandemic hit, I had no income and all concerts that I had scheduled were canceled. I had a solo concert and some orchestra concerts right before, and then March came and nothing. And things slowly came back a little bit in August and September, but before that it was scary and dry and confusing and depressing. But I did practice a lot, so I think I made a lot of progress this year and learned a lot of new pieces. So it's a silver lining to this pandemic.
Well, that's good. That's good part of the lockdown, right? Because you cannot go anywhere, so we can practice.
Yeah. What else will I do? I'm stuck in my room. I'll practice.
How about you, Audrey?
I was definitely also playing a lot more. I miss traveling upstate to play orchestra there, and same with everyone else. When the pandemic starts, the only difference is that for me is I always was teaching, and I actually was lucky. Most of my students came online with me because most people, a lot of parents did not want to do online. So I've been okay, and I think I didn't practice as much as Adam, but I've learned a lot through teaching, and actually I think my technique have improved because of learning to play scores on the piano more and having to explain how to play. So in some ways it's kind of positive, and then I have to find ways to play with the kids. So I will be playing by myself while they get the full benefit of kind of playing with another person. So it was very nice to be playing with Adam in person, actually. Yeah.
Wonderful. So, tell us about the video that we're about to watch.
I originally suggested something much harder, and then I tried to get a rehearsal space, but it was a very complicated process. So Adam suggested the Barrio duo concerton, and so we kind of went with that.
Cool. So Adam, did you know this piece before?
I actually never played it before, but I remembered hearing a video of it on YouTube from a really great violinist in the Netherlands. And it randomly popped into my head. Audrey listened to it and liked it, and I already liked it, so we just agreed on doing that. It's a cool piece.
Yeah, I loved it. I already watched it, so that's why I can say that. So it's interesting that you're wearing masks, and we definitely would know what year this video was from, when we look at it, when we watch it 10 years from now or something. We'll never forget when it was taken, I guess.
That was 2020.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, yeah. When things are better, I guess, when we can go on stage, maybe we can talk about live concerts more. But do you have any future events that you want to tell people about?
We have talked about actually doing a whole program of violin duels.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, so it will be a nice project to do, and yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else, Adam?
This year, I started working on some of my composer friends' solo violin pieces. So I'm thinking at some point, maybe in January, I'm sort of taking a break right now because I practiced so much this year. I'm trying to just I'm playing, but I'm trying to just play more than actually seriously practice. But I think when January comes, I think I might do like a call for scores on social media for solo violin pieces. If people already have pieces that are written or they want to write them, and I can try to record them or perform them somehow, because maybe there's a vaccine then and we'll be fine to perform live.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's just something I've had on my mind recently, but unfortunately no concerts scheduled.
Thank you so much. So let's listen to DuoAA Duo.
Hello, I'm Chihiro Shibayama.
And I'm Kitamura.
We are co-founders of Multicultural Sonic Evolution, and in short, we call ourselves MuSE.
We became a nonprofit organization in 2009, and we have produced more than 100 concerts, collaborating with over 400 artists of different disciplines. Today, we're asking for help to raise our 2020-2021 season budget, which is $4,041.
You might be wondering, why such a weird number? Well, we came up with it because it's just 2020 plus 2021 equals 4,041.
Right now, everything is online, but we are hoping that whenever we can go back to the theater or the concert halls, we would like to start producing live concerts.
This fund will directly help our collaborators, and it will help us pay for our operational costs for the season.
All the information are on our website, which is at www.musefriends.org. Please check out our social media sites as well. We are on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. You can find us everywhere.
Thank you so much for your ongoing support. I hope you go check out our festival video on YouTube.
And we were supposed to have our annual chorus concert. We usually have an orchestra with us, which we postponed once to October, which we couldn't do that again. So we're hoping that we can see you in person in May 2021, but we'll keep you posted about this.
Thank you so much for watching. We hope that you and your family stay safe and have a wonderful holiday season.
Thank you. So now we are going to show the videos of MuSE Chorus. We started MuSE Chorus back in spring 2014, and it was supposed to be our 6th annual concert, and we were going to do mostly Italian repertoire this year. We have been performing mostly classical music with orchestra, and we did Mozart Coronation Mass, Schubert Mass in G, Brahms' German Requiem, and other things, including works by living composers. So today we have some videos from our performance last year, spring 2019.
Yeah, it's too bad that you couldn't do the concert in May as scheduled, but I'm glad that we could include this in a festival this way.
Yeah, we postponed it to October, but yes, now it's going to be hopefully May 2021. Yeah. So we're showing 2 pieces from the concert we did last year. And the first piece is Mozart, Ave Verum Copes. In that concert, we sang in different languages. I think we had 5 languages going on. And this one, Mozart, Ave Verum Copes, this one was in Latin. And if you're a choral music lover, I mean, this is one of the pieces that everybody loves. And then the second one we are showing is Gabriel Fauré's Pavane. I'm pretty sure everyone has heard of this music before. Maybe you just don't know the title of it. This was MuSE Chorus's first time singing in French.
Yeah, it was a very great concert. I didn't play in it, but I was there, so it would be great to share this video with you all. So hope you enjoy. Okay, so next piece is by Yui, and I'm involved as well, not only as a percussionist playing hi-hat, but I also drew the illustration that Yui asked me to do. So it was a true collaboration. So Yui, can you tell us about the piece and what it's about?
Sure. It's about a pocket watch. The story is in Japanese, so I'm narrating in Japanese as well. So there's going to be an English translation for you. And this beautiful English translation was done by Eric Magoris. The piano is by Takakigawa, and hi-hat is by Chihiro. And the beautiful illustration, like she said, it's by Chihiro. So it was very, very great work on this minute story with so much work into it. Yeah, a lot of work. Yeah. So the original story in Japanese was written by Kyusaku Yumeno. He's a wonderful storyteller. He wrote many children's stories, which many of them are very short, so it's very easy to read. And some of them are quite unique that it's very funny how the endings are. But this one, Pocket Watch, it's about Pocket Watch and a mouse behind a dresser. And it's set in early 1900s, so a little bit old. It's very cute to have them talk to each other, and I hope you can feel how their conversations were from the music as well. Do you remember anything, Chihiro, from the hi-hat?
I think I suggested the instrument, right?
Yeah.
Because I think you told me, like, oh, it's about a watch and a mouse, and wrote for something else, I think, originally. And then I was like, oh, but if you want like a watch sound working really hard, maybe the closed hi-hat would sound close. And so that's what we did.
Yeah, that was great because I originally wanted to do something like a triangle or something, a muffled triangle. Like I wasn't sure what I was going to use. Like maybe like a rim of a drum or something, like a snare drum or something. And then I was like, what am I going to do? And then I just sent a YouTube video of a pocket watch that I wanted to make it sound like. Yeah, that's how it was like. And look at this piano part. Don't you think it's crazy? And he nailed it. Takakigawa is the best. Oh, by the way, Taka said that he has a recital tomorrow or something online. Check it out. It's a very short piece, but I hope you enjoy.
Kaiju 時計。懐中時計がタンスの向こう側へ落ちて一人でチクタクと動いておりました。ネズミが見つけて笑いました。バカだな。誰も見るものはないのになんだって動いてるんだ。人の見ない時でも動いてるからいつ見られても役に立つのさ。と懐中時計は答えました。人の見ない時だけか、または人が見ている時だけに働いているものはどちらも泥棒だよ。ネズミは恥ずかしくなってこそこそと逃げて行きました。
Hey Chris, long time no see.
Hey, how you doing? Good to see ya.
Thank you so much for talking with me today. So everybody, meet Chris Graham, my fellow percussion friend. So Chris, can you introduce yourself?
Hello. Well, my name is Chris Graham, and I'm the percussionist for the ensemble Hypercube. I grew up in New York State, but in northern New York State, which is close to the border of Canada. So it's in the state of New York, obviously, but it's not really anything like the tri-state New York City area. Grew up in a really rural, woodsy type environment. You could probably maybe throw a stone from my parents' house into Canada. That's that close. So that's where I grew up, and what got me introduced into the New York City climate was going to SUNY Purchase for my undergrad, and also continuing to stay in New York State by going to Stony Brook, which was in Long Island. So I kind of been like a New York State person for a long time.
True New Yorker.
Yeah, that's
sounds
right.
like.
Yeah.
Awesome. Can you tell us more about Hypercube?
While I was out at Stony Brook, the ensemble Hypercube came together. We sort of organically, three of us, Andrea, Jay, and myself, were students there. And then eventually we started playing together. And long story short, we met Erin Rogers, the saxophonist. She came along into the group, and eventually we became Hypercube. And we started playing shows. As for myself, I studied like contemporary and classical percussion, freelancing starting around 2006, 2007, and just doing various types of music, and mostly contemporary music or anything that was kind of in the realm of avant-garde music. And that's kind of how I bumped into Chihiro after a while. And then, one thing led to another, and I think we've been doing this festival that you've been a part of for quite a long time, and maybe I got on board sometime, was it the second or third season, I think, and it was always quite enjoyable. And so I'm glad that Hypercube was able to take part in this virtual performance. And, I can't totally remember, but I think this might be Hypercube's first time doing the festival, so I'm excited that we're able to present it digitally given the pandemic circumstances.
Thank you. So I'm just curious, how you been spending your time?
Well, when the pandemic first hit, I can actually remember the date in which everything kind of like just flipped around real quick, and that was like March 13th. That was also the last day that I had taken the subway, and I have not touched the subway since then, which is like a very bizarre experience living in New York City. But for the most part, I've been able to keep myself busy, fortunately. There's a lot of teaching that I've been doing and was able to continue doing after the summer season. Usually in the summertime, teaching tends to dwindle. But because a lot of kids and students had a limited of other like activities they could do because of the pandemic, I ended up doing a lot of teaching over the summer, and I'm doing a lot of teaching now this fall. So I have a pretty full teaching schedule Monday through Friday. It's almost 40 hours a week. It's like something like 37 hours a week. And also, fortunately, I have a studio that I share with some other drummers and percussionists in Long Island City. So that's given me a place to go to and practice and to continue doing like musical-minded activities. For the most part, live performing has been diminished, obviously, and that has transitioned into the online platform or platforms. So I've been doing that a lot. And the pieces that are going to be presented on this particular streaming festival are pieces that are, in effect, developed from the pandemic. It was a workshop that Hypercube had put together, and we had about 40 composers participate in it. So that's where the music stems from, is that workshop that we put together, which ended going from like a one weekend type thing into about a whole month, or maybe a little bit more than a month. And given that everyone is in the same situation because of the pandemic, I think that was one reason why we had so many applicants and composers take part. It's because you can't go anywhere. In some ways, my life has become much easier and more simplified, but definitely more isolated, and not as much in-person activity, obviously. So that has definitely changed a lot. But I've been able to fortunately keep myself healthy and busy, and so I haven't really suffered or anything like that. There's a lot of other people in much worse situations than I'm in right now currently.
That's awesome to hear, Chris. I know you always taught a lot, so I was suspecting that you're doing more of that, but I'm glad my guess was correct. So now I'm wondering if you could talk briefly about the videos you submitted for this festival, and could you remind us the instrumentation of Hypercube, just so everybody knows, and if you could briefly talk about the videos you gave us.
Sure, certainly. The instrumentation is, the core of it anyway, is piano, guitar, saxophone, and percussion. We're lucky because the pianist also plays accordion, and the guitarist plays classical and electric guitar, and Aaron, our saxophonist, plays baritone sax, alto, tenor, and soprano sax. So we have a range of those fields of instruments or whatnot to work with. But most of the pieces that we get deal with like either accordion or piano, or the saxophones, and mostly electric guitar, sometimes classical guitar, or some other kind, like maybe a banjo. We've had a piece for that as well. And the 4 pieces that we selected to present for you folks were all quartets, and we thought, just from the way the pieces were compositionally constructed, they were thematically worked well together. So that's kind of really the reason why we picked those 4 pieces. All these pieces were written in October and early November, and either recorded in late October or early November. So they're relatively hot off the plate type of thing, very brand new, very fresh. Yeah.
Great. Lastly, I want to ask you if you personally or Hypercube have any future events that you'd like to let us know?
So yeah, the next project that is currently in progress is Hypercube is recording a piece by Ricardo Gallo that he wrote for us. And we did record that, and that's going to be presented sometime soon. I'm not sure when, but that will be a live stream as well.
Do you have websites for those?
Well, Hypercube's got a website. It's www.hypercubemusic.org or Facebook. And then, yeah, Mantra's got like a page. It's like the same kind of thing, www.mantrapercussion.org. There's some other groups I'm in. Actually, the one that you guys are familiar with, Ictus, because we had done a lot of stuff in the past. That website actually doesn't exist right now at the moment because the website carrier just disappeared. Everybody,
oh no!
Yeah, it was like a whole thing called Verb, and a lot of people have used this as a host. And in June, they just disappeared, and they didn't give any warning. So if you had pictures or recordings, like, it's hard to retrieve it. It's sort of lost in the cloud somewhere. Wow.
I hope you had backups of.
Not really. No, not much. No, not much. No. So that kind of like just sort of like unofficially disappeared.
Wow. Well, I guess you have to do more now.
Yeah, exactly. You have to restart up and get going again. And then I think if you guys are familiar with the American Composers Alliance, they have a lot of great composers on their roster, and they put together something called like the Shelter Recordings. So I did a solo for them a little while back, and I'm supposed to do either 1 or 2, which is supposed to get recorded, and then they just pretty much like stream that on Facebook, and it's good because it gets some composers that you might not be aware of, a little bit of representation, and it just kind of gets the word out. And so they have a lot of composers, and sometimes you'll find like an older piece there that sort of got lost in the shuffle that you can kind of bring out to the world that is a good piece. So that's kind of another thing that I'm kind of in the process of working on now too.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chris. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing your pieces. So cool. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Take care. Stay safe.
Hi, I'm Andy Lee.
And I'm Brianna.
And you're about to see a clip from our virtual musical Rejected. This project was developed for the New York Public Library of the Performing Arts Across a Crowded Room program.
We were prompted to write a musical inspired by the New York Public Library's digital archives.
We chose a collection of letters from the 1939 World's Fair Department of Exhibitions and Concessions.
Many of them were rejection letters written to people hoping to exhibit unusual animals in the fair's freak show. We used the text of these letters in our show.
We wanted to write something from the perspective of the person responsible for writing those rejection letters.
In the scene you're about to see, our hero, Francis X. Flack, just quit his job because he couldn't stand to reject these unique and special animals.
Now, Francis is dreaming of a place of his own where he can make these animals feel accepted. This is Somewhere Over in Jersey. Thanks for watching.
Well, I guess I really blew it. Look at me back where I started, on this train Grand Central bound. Back to little Frankie Shoeshine boy. How can I turn this around? Isn't this America? Why can't I find my place? What I wouldn't give for a piece of land and a little more space. Somewhere over in Jersey, there's a little plot just for me. Somewhere
Hi, Pedro.
Hi, Yui. How are you?
Good. Where are you from originally?
Oh, I'm from Argentina originally, and I moved to New York in 1994.
This year, 2020. What a year for us, right?
Yes. Yes.
What have you been doing?
Yeah, so most of my performing gigs were orchestral or live gigs, performances of that sort. Nothing too much recorded. So I didn't really have equipment to kind of transition into that kind of work. So I kept doing my teaching work. And, actually, when I was a kid, I used to study a lot of computers. So I kind of went back to my roots. And since I have so much more extra time, signed up for second bachelor's in computer science.
Wow. So I guess you're kind of working on totally different skills.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Although I see a lot of things in common in the sense that, when you're a music performance major, it's not like the classes are about the concert performance. That's a very small part of what that degree is. But a lot of it is tools to help you put things together in the world, when it comes down to it. So I think it's very similar with computer science because, there's a lot of musical applications that can be done with the same thing, or artistic applications. So it's not really, some people think of it like, oh, you get the degree and then you get a corporate tech job or whatever. But I think it's much more open-ended than that.
Great. So the group that, you were performing with in Santabat's Festival, I think you participated since 2017?
Yes, that's right.
Right? You came with the dancers and it was so wonderful. So maybe you can tell us about the group.
Yeah, so an old friend of mine, Harmonia, who's a violinist, Harmonia Jonas, the co-founder, she was, just living regular life in New York as a musician. And as you do, you meet different types of artists since New York is so diverse, and you just step out a little bit and you meet all these different people. And I think she was taking German classes and she met a pair of twin dancers. And so they were kind of just saying like, oh, we should make a group, etc., and see what that would be, and kind of almost freely thinking like, oh, let's see what happens. And it was her and Morgan Albert that co-founded the group, two violinists, and they just kind of went with the idea and let it grow from there and see what kind of form it would take.
And the name of the group is?
Artist by Any Other Name.
Yes. When I first read that, it was very hard for me to remember the order of the word.
Oh, yeah. Well, do you know there's a phraselet. It's actually not the exact phrase of Shakespeare, but it's like a rose by any other name.
Right. Okay.
Smells just as sweet or something like that. I actually think it's slightly different, the actual quote, than what the phrase is often repeated. But that's what it was. It was originally by any other name. And then we saw it was taken. So we have to add or change something to it, And so that's how the artists was added at the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I was like, wait, is that a group name or is that, how do I remember this?
Yeah, it's tricky. Yeah.
So the video that you made for us for this year's Sounds of Us Festival, what pieces are in this video?
So we, trying to find chamber music that fits with dance. First of all, modern music fits very well with dance, but for artistic reasons, we want to diversify, that kind of color. So, taking a look at the classical canon, it's often, and by classical, I mean Baroque, classical, romantic. It's often pretty challenging combining, very serious quartets with dances. And so I find that a lot of times minuets and third movements of quartets end up working really well with dance, you know. So what we have here for these dances is Haydn and Beethoven minuets that pair really well because, well, Haydn is very classy and taught Beethoven, and then Beethoven has that, you know, fiery romanticism already, even though it's an early quartet, Opus 18. But it kind of contrasts in flavor.
So one of the videos is actually like a performance video from I think last year.
Yes.
Right. And then another video is like a kind of fresh one that nobody has seen yet, right?
Yes.
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 We're very excited to see that. Are you working on something right now for?
Yes. Well, this video that the new video that we're sharing with you is will culminate in a workshop of sorts, an online workshop, which is the way we are reworking one of our grants for Lower Manhattan City Council, because we can't do it in person. Obviously, it would be not only impossible but irresponsible. So, you know, so we're working it into online video material, which is a new frontier for us, you know, which we're very excited about, actually, you know, because it helps us kind of try things in different ways.
If the audience check your website, the information is there?
It will be there when it's ready. Yeah, we will announce it all for sure.
Great. We look forward to the online workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Hi everyone. Please meet Jeff Fairbanks. And Jeff, thanks for joining me. And could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, thanks. So I'm Jeff Fairbanks, composer and multi-instrumentalist. Originally from Florida, born in Miami, but grew up in a small town on the east coast of Florida. Came to New York in 2005, New York City. Was there 14 years, and I moved to Beacon, New York, about an hour and a half north of the city, but I'm still in the city a lot and everything.
What do you play? Can you list a few?
Yeah, sure. So originally I went to college and got a degree in trombone, so my main instrument is trombone. I play the sousaphone. I don't really say tuba. I mean, I play tuba, but I got this brass band where I do sousaphone, which involves, like, because we march around and stuff. Let's see. And then I play a couple different wind instruments, like Korean and Chinese wind instruments, a couple of those. I think that's it.
Yes, and
Let's put it this way. Those are the things I'm willing to perform on publicly. Maybe a few others that I'm not willing to publicly perform on.
Yeah, I've performed with the band once. That was really fun.
That was great. Fantastic.
Long time ago.
Yeah.
So next thing I want to ask you is, obviously, since March or so in New York City, it's been difficult for musicians, but I think a lot of us are finding ways to keep in touch with music or just, trying to stay positive. So what have you been doing, and how are you doing with having all this, kind of a pause?
Well, obviously the first thing is it impacted live performance, and with the brass band I mentioned, so that took a big hit. It had a whole lot of events canceled, but that's as bad as that is. That's not news to any of us. We know how it goes with musicians. But besides that, I've also, maybe it's a little predictable, but I've gotten into making my own recordings. We tried with the band. It's a 5-piece brass and drums band. I did 1 or 2 recordings like that where we all recorded our own parts and I tied them together, and that was fine. But I really enjoyed having the control and just recording all the parts myself too. So I've done a few projects like that, and I guess lastly would be doing a little bit of composing. I really wish you would think I would do more. It seems like, it's a perfect opportunity to compose, but for whatever reason, I haven't done nearly as much as I liked, but doing a little bit of composing.
Great. And now, could you tell us a bit about the video that you shared with us, and what you're playing and what it's about? Anything you want to tell us? Yeah.
So I'm calling it Mount Beacon, and it's kind of a coincidence that the town I live in is Beacon, New York, and there is a Mount Beacon. I mean, I thought a long time about what am I going to call this, because it's not really about that town or even that mountain, but it's the piece is about using a musical instrument as a signal. So think about how people use, the like Swiss Alp horns, or people use those wooden long horns in different parts of Europe on mountaintops, maybe to signal to each other, or, we're talking before radio, before electricity, and obviously before internet. Or you could think of like the Tibetan longhorns. I think it's called dungchun, which is the metal ones that make that really low sound that is associated with people playing those on mountaintops so that people would hear it down in a town below. Or finally, there's a Korean version, which is a little smaller. That appears in the video. It's called, the instrument's called a napal. And that was used in processions, like parades, where if a government official was coming to an area, they would announce that somebody really important is coming. Anyway, so the concept of this piece is taking an instrument that clearly makes like a musical sound, but not even thinking of a melody, not even thinking of a pitch, really. In this piece, I just kind of wanted a high sound and a low sound. And you hear the napal, which is a higher, let's call them longhorns. I'm just calling them, you have a high longhorn sound, even though you can get different notes on it. And then for the trombone, I wanted that to mimic the low sound of like the Tibetan longhorn. And I'm not really concerned with pitch. I just want a high or low. Imagine that you're trying to talk to your friend who's across a parking lot, and you got to shout to them, "Hey, can you come over here? I need help finding something." And they go, "What?" Because they can't hear anything you said, right? I just said like 20 words. "Can you come over here? I need your help finding something." And you're like, forget it. Just come here, right? I reduced it to 2 words. I boiled it down, and I slowed it down. Like, come here, right? So that's what happens with these. If you were signaling other people with a horn, you're not going to do a melody that's right? You're going to go ba, and that means something. And then if you go ba, 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 that means something else, right? I don't want to think of it as simplifying music, but I was really attracted to the idea of communicating across a distance. What you have to do to project a great distance. Anyways, I've just always been attracted to music or sound, not so much as like art. I love art, but not as, let's forget about it for a second as art, forget about it as entertainment, forget about it as even for dance or anything. I really like the idea of sound as, let's call it a utilitarian purpose of it, like it could be in a ceremony or communication. In this case, it's communication. That's what I wanted to get at in this piece. I've never really done a piece like this where that's what I was going after.
Thank you. And
Mm-hmm.
Is it right that you played all of the instruments?
Right. Yeah. So it's, let's see, the trombone, the napal, and gong. Yeah, you can't, I guess you can't see my face when I did the gong, but yeah, that's me. Chihiro, I know you'd laugh about trying to record this gong. It was kind of a nightmare. I tried, I don't know anything about audio engineering, right? We're all forced to do this DIY thing now in COVID. And yeah, that was really hard. I tried so many different ways just to get a sound that was anywhere close to acceptable with a mic. Was really, really hard. Anyways, short way of saying that would be it was challenging for all of them.
Yes. Well, sounds like we're all learning though. I mean, I can totally relate, Jeff. I had to learn so many things in just a short month or so. How to edit videos, how to record, and how to choose what to buy. It starts from there.
Yeah.
And then it comes the challenge of, wait, I've never really edited anything. And then, right? But
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hope we can kind of embrace that new learning experience.
I never thought I'd be doing editing videos, but once I realized how you can, well, I'll tell you what made it what makes it fun for me is as a composer, it's like, oh, all along I could have been recording my own stuff. A lot of times for a composer, the obstacle is getting it performed, right? So as long as you write something, I guess, that you could play yourself and overdub if you need to, now you can do it. The other option is learn how to play a million instruments, which not everyone really wants to do. It's going to influence what I write now. Oh, I can write stuff knowing that I'll play it, and until we can get together again as musicians. So that's a plus side.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for telling us about the piece and what it's
Sure.
about. It's really interesting. I mean, it sounds like you're very interested in this very primitive sounds that maybe humans always used from, I don't know, for a long time, even before maybe we're civilized. I feel like the horns or whatever, drums or singing, that's all very first form of not music as you're saying, but sounds.
Mm-hmm.
So that sounds very interesting. Lastly, I want to ask you, do you have any upcoming concerts or interesting future projects that you want to share?
Let's see. It's funny because all I can think of when you first say that is the really good ones I had that got shattered by COVID. uh, so no, I mean that's a good question. In March, I was really excited to have this Korean traditional orchestra that plays traditional instruments was going to do a U.S. tour, and that one of the places was Carnegie Hall, and they were going to play a piece of mine that I wrote. The whole tour got canceled, of course. I was excited for that. The only reason I bring that up is because it's gonna happen. We just don't have a date set. No one wants to set any dates right now for that. But that's one thing that I'm excited about.
Well, thank you very much. And what was the name of the band again?
Oh, my brass band is Street Beat Brass. The big band, the jazz band, is Project Hansori.
Great. Well, if we want to find you're playing online, is there YouTube or do you have a website?
Yeah, thanks for asking. You could go to streetbeatbrass.com. You also could find that on Instagram and YouTube. There's a YouTube channel. As far as my composition, that my composing life, aside from those two bands, you'd go to fairbanksmusic.com.
Great, thank you. Well, it's been great talking to you, Jeff, and we can't wait to see your video. So thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me in.
So now we are crossing to the other side of the river, to Newburgh. So Chihiro, I know that you worked on this amazing video and music. Can you tell us about your work?
Yeah, sure. Willie Stream is actually a part of this art project called Artists in Vacancy. And it's an opportunity that my visual artist friend Kate Bayer brought to me. I met Kate because I took on this day job since March. And so it was a very surprise event that I was able to be a part of this awesome residency. This project came to be because of pandemic in the best way possible, because I would have never met Kate if I didn't take this job. But the project itself, it's hosted by the Newburgh Community Land Bank. It's located in Newburgh, New York, which is about 2 hours north of New York City. And this project is to really use the power of art to make the Newburgh community more rich, and then just make the town beautiful, and then people appreciate art. So it could really be anything that's related to vacancy, and the interpretation of vacancy could be up to us artists. We discovered the composer Willie Fullerton Jr. when I was researching about the town. I was wondering if there are any musicians or composers that I know or from that town, and I discovered about Willie, and we were fascinated by his story. And so this piece, Willie Stream, is something that I made roughly based on one of his pieces from his opera, Lady of the Locket. So you could find the original waltz and probably recognize the melody, but it's has nothing to do with the story or the song itself, but it's more like I took his melody and reimagined what might be like for him if he was still around. So the video is something that I especially made for this festival, because as a whole project, I composed this piece and I was hoping that Kate can create something visual to go along with this. And we're still in the process of creating the whole project, and we don't know what is going to look like exactly. So this is just a part of this project that's part of Artists in Vacancy.
So interesting. I mean, I really want to go to Newburgh to check it out.
Yeah, so I will let you know when something is up. So for now, please enjoy my music and video.
Let's watch it. Hi, how are
Hello.
you?
Hi.
Clara Dio. Please meet the artist.
Hello, my name is Asuka Elias. I'm originally from Osaka, Japan. My instrument is clarinet, and I started to play the clarinet when I was 9 years old. I came to New York in 2004 to study at college with Mr. Nidek.
Hi, I'm Alex. I'm originally from Bulgaria, and I started playing the piano when I was 5 years old. Came to New York City in 2004 to study music, piano performance in Queens College.
Great. So, did you meet at the school? Like, how did you meet? Where did you meet?
Yes, we met at school. I was doing undergrad, and Alex was doing her graduate degree, master degree. And I think we met at one of the woodwind seminar, woodwind class, where Mr. Nidek, my teacher, was doing, and Alex was one of the chamber music with our friends.
When did you form the duo?
We started playing together around 2005. We formed the duo in 2006, where we decided to start playing more regularly together. And that's when we actually gave it a name. That's when we started calling ourselves Clara Duo.
Asuka, since the pandemic started, what have you been doing?
Well, it's been challenging. Me personally, I have 2 children, and both of them are at home. My husband works from home, so everybody stay at home. And while I'm helping them, I was trying to create something with Alex, and from lessons to performance, everything went online. So this was a huge challenge, but we focused on more creating something new and create something positive, and we focused on that energy, and we are very happy to be able to continue what we like and what we can do at this moment.
How about you, Alex?
Same thing. I mean, I don't have children, but we both live here in New York City, and it's been hard times because immediately back in March, everything kind of shut down, and especially for our field of expertise and industry, everything it's just closed, and it's gonna stay closed for maybe another 8 to 9 months. So we try to stay positive, and all concerts that we had planned for this year unfortunately are canceled, but we stayed positive and created concert series online. So we've been busy with that, and we are super happy and extremely grateful that we were able to continue doing that.
I'm personally very happy that you're joining us for Sounds of Us Festival, because you never actually performed in our festival. I mean, I knew Asuka from a long time ago, but when we were doing it in the theater didn't have piano, so we never could do anything with the piano. Maybe you can talk about the program that you prepared for us in the video we are about to watch.
So we have 3 pieces. The first one is by Florence Price,
a female Black African American composer. And as much as we suffer from pandemic this year, we also faced most devastating racial disparities in the United States. And we want to, dedicate this piece and highlight, what's good in our community, and as a musician, what we can do to contribute as a society as a whole.
Second one is by Paquito de Rivera, and it's the first movement of his beautiful piece for clarinet and piano.
And Paquito de Rivera is one of the iconic jazz clarinetists you can find on his Instagram, and it's full of excitement. he actually uploads like a regular Instagrammer. He uploads every single day, and it's so much fun. And we actually contacted him last year. We emailed him to let him know that we're gonna perform this piece, and his representative replied to us, and with appreciation that Paquito is unfortunately away at that time, but he always appreciates for young musicians to perform his piece and keep it posted, and that was wonderful highlight of that. And the first movement we're gonna play is called Benny at 100. So this piece you can hear Memory of You by Benny Goodman, and it's got a lot of jazz elements, and it's so much fun for both of us to play, but also to listen to, I hope.
And we have a popular tune by the Beatles called Let It Be.
It's very personal to us that when we play something from our memories, it brings up so much warmth. And as a highlight of our program that we've been doing this year, we've been doing a lot of popular songs and a lot of arrangements. So this Beatles songs, it's something that will remind us, and it's as a remember for our project in 2020.
I think people want to know how you recorded these videos, because remotely, recording chamber music is very hard. So maybe you can talk about how, what's the process of it?
So when I received Alexandra's video, I put it on my computer, put one headphone, put my phone ready, both computer and phone, and then I click the play on the video of Alex and record on my phone, and I use my newly bought microphone for this project, Zoom H6, which is wonderful to use. So I'm dealing with 3 equipments, and when I have a paper music, that's easier because, and most of the time, I kind of memorize it by now. So I don't necessarily have to look at the music, but new music, like Yui's music, or something that we arranged, so not written for clarinet, I have to look up, and every time I cannot print out. So I use my half of my screen on the music and half of my screen on Alex's video. And sometimes I look at her hand gesture and how she plays. I match my breathing, and it's not just play. It's not just, play my way. It's a little bit different from, how we play on stage. And then I put it on the, editing process.
Yeah, we know each other pretty well, so we know kind of where we want, what direction to go with the interpretation. I think the challenging part is where we decide to record something that we have never played, because yet again we don't even have the chance to actually rehearse, physically be in the same room. But it's interesting, and I hope people like what they hear and it turns out good at the end. But it's a different completely different process than what we used to do.
Maybe you can talk about the future project that you're working on.
Of course, yes. So as we already mentioned, we have that project going on Instagram called Hamada with Clara Duo, and we started it right after the close down in March. The story behind the scenes and how we started, and what is the project about. Actually, it's you can find out more about on our website claradu.com, where we shared how we started and how we developed it and changed throughout the months. But in the next couple of months, as we said, in New York City, looks like we still have a lot of restrictions, so we can't travel. Schools most likely not gonna open, like at least for the higher grades. Concerts are not going to be happening, unfortunately, live until after the summer of 2021. So that's why we named that project Fermata, because of the term fermata, like prolonging something for indefinite time. So we're planning to continue with this online work, where we share weekly videos, share music, we share about us, stories about us, and we started working with colleagues in other performance where we would like to kind of include living composers in our program moving forward. We were so happy that we were able to, and you trusted us to play your piece in the past 4 seasons. So this is kind of our plan, to continue that direction and to share and to spread the love of music until the concert halls reopen and we can meet everybody in person.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's listen to Clargio.
アマテラス座主催のアコです。ゆいさん、千尋さん、10周年おめでとうございます。アマテラス座は昨年MuSEフェスティバルに呼んでいただいて、三島由紀夫の近代能楽集から葵の上と繁盛を講演させていただきました。今回はアマテラス座のメンバーと一緒に落語をお送りします。皆様、本日はようこそお越しくださいました。それではお笑いを一席。
私の落語の講座での名前は座布団亭丸太と申します。名前と申しますと、落語の世界の江戸時代ではお子さんが生まれると近所のご隠居さんやお寺の和尚さんに名前を付けてもらうなんてことがよくあったんだそうです。和尚さん、和尚さん。
なんだい。おお、橋五郎じゃないか。どうした。まあまあ、こっちへお上がりなさい。
お嬢さん、実はね、あっしに子供が生まれたんで。
そりゃおめでたいね。男かい、女かい。
男の子なんだよ。もう嬉しくってね。
ついこの前まで鼻水垂らしてたお前さんも人の親になったんだね。そうかい、そりゃめでたいね。
それで 物知りのお嬢さんを見込んで一つ頼みがあるんだ。
なんだい、言ってごらん。
実はね、お嬢さんに息子の名前をつけてもらいてえんだ。
名前？ああ、いいよ。お安いご用だ。どんなのがいいんだい？お前が八五郎だから三五郎なんてのはどうじゃ。
なんかこうおめでたい名前はありませんか？
めでたい名前か。ああ、では経文の中に寿ゲムというのがあるがどうじゃ。寿ゲムとは寿限りなし、つまりおめでたいことがずっと続く、死ぬことがないという意味じゃ。
いいっすね。まだ他にありますか？
五行のすり切れというのがある。天女が3000年に一度天から下界に降りてきて、衣で大きな岩をひらりと撫でる。3000年に一度また降りてきてひらり、また3000年に一度ひらり、そしてこの岩がすり切れてなくなってしまうのを一行という。五行だからその5倍、何千何億何兆年と果てしなく続くところがおめでたい。
いいね、めでたいね。まだ他にありますか？
海砂利水魚というのがある。海砂利は海の砂、水魚は海の魚。取っても取っても取り尽くせないところが果てしがなくておめでたい。
まだ他にありますか？
水行松、雲来松、風来松。水の行く末、雲の行く末、風の行く末。どこまで追っかけても果てしがないところがおめでたい。
いいね、いいね。まだ他にありますか？
食う寝るところに住むところ。これは人間が生きていく上で必要なものじゃ。
まだ他にありますか？
やぶら工事のぶら工事。やぶら工事という木があってな、春若葉を生じ、夏花が咲き、秋に赤い実を添えて、冬に霜もしのぐという誠におめでたい木だな。
まだ他にありますか？
ああ、昔のモロコシにパイポという国があった。そこにシューリンガンという王様とグーリンダイというお妃様がいて、二人の間にポンポコピーとポンポコナーというお姫様が生まれ、みんな長生きしたと伝えられる。そしてもう一つ、長く久しい命と書いて長久命。長く助けると書いて長介などが好きな名前だな。
いいっすね。お嬢さん、今の名前紙に書いてやってくれませんか？
ああ、いいよ。寿ゲム寿ゲム五行のすり切れ、海砂利水魚の水魚松、雲来松、風来松、食う寝るところに住むところ、やぶら工事のぶら工事、パイポパイポパイポのシューリンガン、シューリンガンのグーリンダイ、グーリンダイのポンポコ、ピーのポンポコなの長久命の長介。この中から一つ気に入った名前をつけてやりなさい。
ありがとうございます。また伺います。いやー、ありがたいね。めでたい名前をたくさん書いてくださった。ああ、もったいねえからこれ全部つけちまおう。
そして10年があっという間に過ぎました。
おばちゃんとこのジュゲムジュゲム五行のすり切れ、海砂利水魚の水魚松、雲来松、風来松、食う寝るところに住むところ、やぶら工事のぶら工事、パイポパイポパイポのシューリンガン、シューリンガンのグーリンダイ、グーリンダイのポンポコピーのポンポコナの長久命の長介が、あたいの頭ぶってこんな大きな小婿しられた。
あらまあ、ごめんなさいね。うちのジュゲムジュゲム五行のすり切れ、海砂利水魚の水魚松、雲来松、風来松、食う寝るところに住むところ、やぶら工事のぶら工事、パイポパイポパイポのシューリンガン、シューリンガンのグーリンダイ、グーリンダイのポンポコピーのポンポコナーの長久命の長介が、金ちゃんの頭ぶって大きな小袋されちゃったの？お前さん聞いた？うちのジュゲムジュゲム五行のすり切れ、海砂利水魚の水魚松、雲来松、風来松、食う寝るところに住むところ、やぶら工事のぶら工事、パイポパイポパイポのシューリンガン、シューリンガンのグーリンダイ、グーリンダイのポンポコピーのポンポコナーの長久命の長介が、金ちゃんの頭ぶって大きな小袋されちゃったんだって。
なんだって？うちのジュゲムジュゲム五行のすり切れ、海砂利水魚の水魚松、雲来松、風来松、食う寝るところに住むところ、やぶら工事のぶら工事、パイポパイポパイポのシューリンガン、シューリンガンのグーリンダイ、グーリンダイのポンポコピーのポンポコナーの長久命の長介が、金ちゃんの頭ぶって大きな小袋しられたって？ しょうがないね。なんだい金坊、おめえコブなんかどこにもねえじゃねえか。
あんまり名前が長いからコブが引っ込んじゃった。
お後がよろしいようで。
Well, that was great. Thank you so much. Whoa, that was amazing.
Thank you. It's fun to do it.
So, Ako, I would like to ask you to introduce yourself briefly.
Sure. My name is Ako, and I started as a child actor in Japan. Then I was accepted to a famous all-female theater company, Takarazuka. And after that, I was in theater, TV, and I did my singing show at the hotels and the nightclubs. I moved to New York 1980s. Since then, I've been working as an actress. And I started Amaterasu, a Japanese English bilingual theater company in New York City in 2018, 3 years ago. Because I've been so lucky to study with many wonderful, great teachers, and I wanted to pass what I've learned onto the younger actors.
That's fantastic. Last year's festival, that was amazing too with
Thank you so much for inviting us. Yeah.
And this time it's Rakugo, so I was like, wow, this is totally different. That's a very famous one, but I really enjoyed the theatrical version of it. It was fantastic. So how did you pick this piece?
Actually, we Amaterasu has performances called salon. That is not a full production. And actors rehearsed short plays and dances. Then they performing one day for invited guests without costumes. So this jugemu, we did it at one of those salon performances in May 2019. So it is a rakugo. That is one of the popular storytelling form for almost 300 years old, and usually one man playing multiple characters. But I assigned these roles to actors to play out. So this time we got together, how to do it is we got together, rehearsed, and then after that, I Zoomed individually, I directed by Zoom individually, and the same time, I asked them to shooting iPhone video by themselves. Then I gathered them and edited and added some music. This is the way I established when I did online streaming this September. We did it all-female Oedipus Rex.
I actually saw that and it was great too. So many great things coming out of your theater company, so that's amazing.
Oh, so sweet. Thank you.
So everybody check this out. Amaterasu, they're based in New York City, but they do many bilingual stuff. So sometimes English, sometimes Japanese. But when they do something in Japanese, they always have the subtitles, so anybody can enjoy. New York is kind of dead in terms of theater right now because all the places are closed. Like, you feel like, how do you feel about the changes?
My theater company members some of them are students, from Japan, and their school just became online. and it's so hard for them. Some of them went back to Japan. They couldn't stay here, so it's too bad.
Yeah, I hope people can come back.
We are waiting for vaccine. If everybody is vaccinated, then maybe people are comfortable to going back to theater, to come to see the plays and musicals. I hope. Yeah.
Lastly, do you have anything coming up online or in person? Anything?
Yes. I'm writing a play, Chushingura 47 Ronin story. And this is based on the true incident which took place between 1701 and 1703. It's very popular in Japan, and all Japanese people know very well. I will do a staged reading in early next year, 2021, and the workshop in May, and the full production starting December 4th till December 19th. It's performed in Japanese with English subtitles. It will be a beautiful production, full costumes and everything. That choreographed staged combat, Tate, is by Tate Hatoryu, New York. Her name is Kyo Kasumi. She is amazing. She is going to work with me, and we're going to create some beautiful piece.
Wow, so you already have something in mind from like a year from today then?
Yes, year from today. Exactly.
Yeah, that's great. It's a big planning. So, well, I hope, by then, we don't have to worry about anything, no social distance, nothing, so that we can enjoy the theater.
Yes, exactly.
Definitely.
Great. Yeah.
Well, thank you. And so we really enjoyed your piece. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and hope to see you soon in person.
Yes, definitely. Well, maybe not this year, but in 2021, let's make it better in everything.
Definitely. Eat together, right?
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Ako. Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。
Hi, everybody. My name is Brian Blasky, and I'm so excited to share this new song with you. This song came out of COVID. Pretty late into it, actually, though. At the top of the pandemic, I was feeling very uninspired and very unmotivated to write and to be creative at all. So I didn't have anything, but I was just watching all these people write great material that came out of this event. And over the summer, what I was struggling with was not what I was doing in quarantine and like being trapped and watching a lot of TV and binging and eating a lot of comfort food, but what I wasn't doing, all those things that I was missing and all the things that I didn't even expect to miss. And that's where this song came out of. So I hope you enjoy it and maybe you connect with a little bit of it.
Just to take in the view, but most of all, I miss being 6 feet closer to you. I miss relaxing, I miss the guilt from sleeping in, I miss the beach, the trees, the breeze, I miss the sun shining onto my skin. I miss the weekend when we'd enjoy having nothing to do. But most of all, I miss being 6 feet closer to you. I miss the brunches, I miss birthdays, miss hugs and making plans. I miss suits and ties, the long goodbyes and the highs of holding hands. But most of all, I miss your smile. I miss the way you'd say my name. I miss your kiss, your touch so much. And being digital just isn't the same. I miss the moments where all that mattered were just us two. All those moments before I thought or I ever knew that most of all, I miss being 6 feet closer to you.
Hi, Christina.
Hi, Yui.
You are one of the few artists that was involved from the first Sounds of Arts Festival, actually. We started back in 2011 and you were part of it.
Was it that long ago?
Yeah.
Goodness.
You're stuck with me, I guess.
I can't believe it was 9 years ago.
Yeah, but when did we meet? Like, we met, like, at the audition. So, like, we have about 20 years.
We're not that old.
Not that old! Not that old!
We're not that old yet. 18.
A few years less than 20, I guess.
Yeah, I remember at all of those auditions, like, I think every conservatory in New York.
Right.
We went to, yeah.
So, maybe, well, I know you because, you know, we are like classmates, but can you introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Christina Spinay. I'm a composer and pianist. I'm originally from Stamford, Connecticut, and I live in Nashville, Tennessee now. I've been here for 6 years, just about 6 years.
When did you start writing music, Christina?
I started composing when I was 9, and I remember it super clearly because I brought my little compositions to my 5th grade music teacher, Mr. Badofsky, and I showed it to him, and he was just like, oh, this is so cool, you need to study music theory, and I had just started taking piano lessons too. So I still remember those little things that I wrote back then, and I just loved it. I knew that's what I wanted to do.
So the video that we are about to watch, this is from your concert at National Sawdust in New York City in February.
Yes.
This year. On your birthday.
On my birthday. I wanted to do something.
The real birthday, because because
I'm a leap day birthday. And I wanted to do something to celebrate it. And I thought for years, I'm like, I should have a concert on my real birthday. I want to do something. And then I timed it so that I had an album come out the day before on the 28th, February 28th. And so I thought that would be perfect if I could do everything all at once to celebrate my 9-year-old birthday.
9-year-old, that's good. Yeah, I wish I could be there because, you know, like the weekend before, weekend after I was in New York, but that weekend I was in Mexico, so I couldn't come. That was so
It was
sad.
a tricky weekend.
Yeah, I think the last time I saw you in person was in Nashville. That was amazing.
That's right. That was so much fun.
Yeah.
After all this, come back.
Yeah, I would definitely come back. So, can you tell us about the piece?
Sure. Il nodo, it's Italian for the nut. And it was part of my album Ex Voto. And it's music that I wrote just for myself. It wasn't any commission. It was just a project that I wanted to do, music that I wanted to always write. It's very melodic. It's probably some of my most melodic music. And it started with the little piano riff. I didn't know it was going to be a violin duet at first. I thought it was just going to be a solo piano work, because as I was constructing the album, it started with mostly solo piano pieces. And then I thought, well, I think I'm just going to add violin to this and make it a little more dramatic. And it kind of developed from there, like in layers. And the concept for the album, the idea, I got it when I was visiting the Cloisters Museum in New York. I had gone back to see my parents, and we went to the Cloisters. I grew up going there. We went all the time when I was a kid. And I just loved the atmosphere of it and the reflectiveness of it. I've always thought that's one of the most beautiful spaces in Manhattan. So it was inspired by the visit there.
Great. You know, like this year is so weird for everybody. Like not even, you know, or just for us, but like for everybody in the world. How have you been doing during the pandemic?
Well, it's funny because I've never been busier. It's really weird, but I've had so much music to write, and it's nice to be forced inside because I don't have any distractions. I can't say, oh, I'm going to go out and do this and do that. No, I can't. So I have to write. I did a big piece for wind ensemble that I wrote in August. Like I took 6 weeks just to write this music. It's 20 minutes of music for wind ensemble. And it's my first piece for wind ensemble, like building it from the ground up, because before I had just done an arrangement for wind. And this was my first like early conception piece. And it was for the Austin Peay State University. It's in Clarksville, Tennessee, which is an hour north of Nashville. And it was hard to write at first. You know, it's a different world. We didn't study wind ensemble writing at Juilliard, right? So I spent like 2-3 weeks studying a bunch of scores, listening to a bunch of different composers, and then another 6 weeks just like locked in my office writing the piece because it was due in mid-October. So that took up like a good chunk of time in quarantine. And then I worked on a piece for Parsons Dance Company for piano and marimba. The choreographer is Chanel De Silva, who we worked together at Juilliard, and she's just great.
Board, right?
What's that?
Drunken Board?
Yeah, Drunken Birds. Yeah, you remember. I just love working with her again. It's like no time passed. You know, we just picked up right where we left off. And so I had that piece to write. I had so much music to write. I have to go back and see how many minutes of music I wrote this year because it's the most. So I don't know. I feel like I've been a hermited composer, but like for a good cause because I just had a lot of things to do. So it was good. I had no excuse, no distractions, no reason to procrastinate. It's been okay so far. I just miss traveling and seeing my family.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Well, that's amazing. I'm glad to hear that because I had so much struggle, like, you know, just like thinking of like, am I gonna go outside today? Maybe not. You know, like, you know, that didn't really give me any motivation to write or like even like to go outside. So well, lockdown was hard for me, but I'm glad to hear that.
But it's different in New York too. You're all on top of each other. Here we have space to kind of spread out. I've seen more nature in the past year than in I don't know how many years.
But you're kind of city girl too, so you know.
No. New experiences, you know?
Yeah. Cool. Are you working on any other projects right now that are coming up soon, or?
I'm working on a piece for flute, mezzo-soprano, and percussion. It's based on the poetry of Hildegard, but new poetry set to kind of inspired by old Hildegard poetry. And that might be performed in April, I think. We're not sure yet. And some more piano, like some more solo piano music. And I just finished a solo viola piece, which was kind of fun to do.
Wonderful. I cannot wait to hear your piece in person again, but right now, you know, it's so nice that, you know, we can hear your piece in this festival. And you're performing in this, right?
I am, yes.
Is the violinist a friend of yours from?
Alicia is based in Nashville. She's kind of both in Nashville and in New York. She plays with everybody. She even does her own electric violin and composing things. She was with Cirque du Soleil forever. She played with the Nashville Symphony. She does everything.
Great. Thank you so much, Christina. It was so nice to talk to you.
Thanks, Yuri.
So let's listen to Christina's Il Nodo.
Hey, Roberta, so good to see you.
Hi, Chihiro. Great to see you too.
Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me today. Everybody, please meet Roberta Michel. She's really special to MuSE because she was a part of our very first Sound of Arts Festival. So it's great that she's still in our circle, and I appreciate that you being always great to us. Roberta, could you please introduce yourself?
Well, thank you so much to you and UE for having me as part of this festival, and it's been really special to have this be such a long time collaboration. So like you said, my name's Roberta Michel. I'm a flutist. I play a lot of new music in the city and do a lot of teaching and performing, well, less performing these days. And yeah, I've been here for a while and do a lot of solo and chamber music, and I have a group called Wavefield Ensemble, which is a large chamber ensemble.
Awesome. And could you tell us when you came to New York and what it was for?
So I first moved to New York in the mid-aughts for grad school. I went to the CUNY Graduate Center for my doctorate. Came here then, and I just stuck around and have been here since.
So can you tell me if you remember anything? What was it like for you to be a part of our first Sounds of Arts Festival? I'm kind of curious.
So way back when, composer Christina Spinet had Cadillac Moon Ensemble come in and play with the Blind Ear Project, where we were all playing off of our individual laptops. And this it felt like very new technology at the time, although I'm sure it'd be much easier to work out today. But the composers would send us individual lines of music to play. So they were the composers were improvising and we were playing their improvised thoughts. It was a really interesting project.
Good to remember these things.
So long ago.
Right. So could you tell us about the piece?
Yeah, this piece is very specific to the time we're in right now. So in early March, it was like the day that I found out the New York City half marathon was canceled and the day I started getting other things canceled. I met with Simon Kanzler, the composer of this piece, and I played a bunch, recorded a bunch of things for him, and we just thought about a lot of sounds and played around with different extended techniques, and then New York City shut down. Simon was working on the piece, and it completely changed and shifted from his original conception, and it became about this sort of world that we're in right now with the pandemic, and he used sounds that I had recorded for him, but also used sounds that he recorded from inside his apartment, which is what all of our worlds were, right? And then also from listening outside the window, which is where we get the name windows. We also get these like blocks of sound from windows being open, windows being shut, and having the world come in and the world being blocked out. Yeah, so I trigger the electronics with a pedal, and one of my favorite parts actually is hearing Simon's wife, a friend of mine, Jonah, singing in the background in part of it as she's cooking, and so I can I can pretend that I'm with my friends even when we're far apart. And Simon's a great composer. He runs with his wife Jonah a group that I play in called Pink Noise, which is a chamber ensemble that does a lot of stuff with improvisation as well as notated chamber pieces, and we do programming where we often weave together the different pieces on the program via improvisation.
That's very cool that the whole thing came together because of this pandemic.
Yeah.
Right.
I was so grateful that we got together right before everything shut down, so we were able to actually conceive of the piece and make it happen.
Great. So before I wrap up, is there anything that you want to let people know about what you're doing or what you want to be doing in the future?
Well, what I want to be doing and what I am doing now are very different things as they are for everybody. But right now, my group Wavefield, we recorded several pieces that we commissioned to be played in a parking garage because we figured that was one of the safest places we could get together, and it was open air and we were wearing masks and all got tested and that sort of thing. And we recorded these 5 different pieces that were all written for the space itself, that big boomy parking garage sound, and we're releasing them this month on a series we call Fieldwork. So we're releasing them on Facebook Live every Wednesday in December. So it started on December 2nd and will be continuing through to the end of the month. And we'll have conversations with the composers and musicians and a live chat every Wednesday at 7 on our Facebook page for Wavefield Ensemble, and then perform the pieces.
That's great. Great to hear about that. Thank you so much, Roberta.
Great. Thank you guys so much.
So yeah, let's listen to the piece.
こんにちは。
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 ともみさんとひろさんは2回目ですけれども、ひろきさんははじめましてですね。よろしくお願いし
はじめまして。
ます。
はい、お願いします。
では、最初に皆さんにちょっと簡単に自己紹介をお願いしたいと思います。最初、じゃあともみさんからお願いします。
はい、トータルビューティープランナーとして活動しています宇田智美と申します。広島を拠点にしております。我流という団体のマネージャーとお家でホームエステを設立しやっております。よろしくお願いします。
書道家ひろと申します。よろしくお願いいたします。私は広島で主に活動をしておりまして、書道のパフォーマンスだったり、ご依頼を受けて作品の創作をしたり、活動をさせていただいております。広島で、私も被爆3世ということもあって、できる範囲で平和のね、伝える方向で、書道を通してそういった活動もさせていただいております。
和太鼓奏者の竹内弘樹と申します。よろしくお願いします。私は我流という和太鼓の団体で和太鼓を叩いております。広島を拠点にですね、国内外で演奏活動をしてまして、広島ではですね、指導にも力を入れて活動しております。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。今回私がお願いして、これはどうかしらと思ってフェスティバルに参加していただいたんですけれども、これは実際いつ頃やったパフォーマンスなんですか？
こちらは、今年の10月ぐらいですかね。
ぐらいですね。
はい。
まさにできたばっかりだったんですね。
そうなんです。前から我流のひろきさんも起承にひろさんの書を書いてもらいたいとかっていう思いはあったんですけど、実行に移すことはなかったんですね。で、今回コロナということもあり、ちょっとペースもちょっとスローダウンしたので、こういう企画をやっていきたいなっていうことで実行できたのがやっと10月になりました。
なるほど。ひろさん、コロナが大変になってから、生活で変わられたこととかありますか？
そうですね。広島で書道教室もさせていただいてるんですけれども、そちらの方をちょっと当分休校にしたりだとか、あとは仕事の依頼でパフォーマンス関係ですね。やっぱり人前でパフォーマンスするような仕事は全てイベント等がキャンセルになったので激減しましたね、仕事がね。
ひろきさんは和太鼓奏者ということですが、コロナがあってからコンサートなりイベントなりはできてますか？
そうですね、なかなかやはりコロナということで、なかなかイベントっていうのは、そうですね、2月からはもう、ずっとキャンセルが続いて、できてない状況ですね。はい。
どうでしょう、2021年はできそうですかね、見込みはありますか？
そうですね、なかなか、どうかはわからないんですが、今、2020年から始めたのが、やっぱ配信のライブとか、YouTube での動画配信っていうのに力を入れて、動画の中でアーティストの方と、セッションしたりして、それを皆さんに見ていただくという、新たな形でこう活動をしてますね。はい。
ともみさん、私がともみさんにお会いできたのは、去年の秋だったんですけれども、何かお変わりになったこととかありますでしょうか？
そうですね。もう激変で、我流さんのマネージャーをさせていただいてるんですけど、もう何本ですか、もう何十本とキャンセルが来るっていうことで、もう先が本当見えない状況で、今も来年がどういう状況になるかっていうのも明確にはなっていないんですけど、もう変わるしかないっていう形で、もう気持ちも落ちちゃうし、そのサポートをどういうふうにやっていくかっていうのをすごく考えまして、私ができることはエステぐらいですので、エステでメンタルだったり、外側のケアを私ができることをやらせてもらったりとか、あとはもう YouTube ですね、先ほどもひろきさんおっしゃってましたけど、YouTube で生配信をしてみたりとか、そこで和太鼓ではなく違うことをちょっとやってみたりとかっていう、ちょっとピンチをチャンスに変える方向に頭を切り替えて、どうやって生き延びるかっていうところをすっごく考えて、自分たちを見つめ直した1年でもあったような気がします。
なるほど。ヒロさんにお聞きしたいんですけれども、この今回の作品で使われた筆とか、その、布にこう書くっていう時には、その何か紙に書く時とこう何が変わりますか、一番。
そうですね、やっぱり紙だとこうすぐにこう筆と墨が紙に乗るんですけど、布だとやっぱりなかなか入り込んでいかないので、スピードをちょっと緩めたりだとか、あとはその布の素材によって塗料の乗り具合も違うので、塗料もいろいろ選んで、いろんな面で似てるようで全然違いますね。
この今回のその、作品で書いていらっしゃるその文字っていうのが、日本人だけが見るわけではないものですから、ちょっと説明していただけたらなと思うんですけれども、お願いします。
はい。動画の方の最初の方に書かせていただいているのは、ひろきさんに着物を着ていただいて、そちらの方に一打心境、一つ打つ、心に響くと書いて、一打心境という文字を書かせていただきました。こちらの文字は、ひろきさんの座右の銘でもありまして、一打一打こう太鼓を打つその音が皆さんの心に響きますようにというような思いを込めて書かせていただいております。その後動画の後半ですね。後半は雲外蒼天、雲、外、青、天と書いて雲外蒼天というふうに読むんですけれども、こちらは昔からある四字熟語になっておりまして、そうですね、こう目の前の困難を努力して乗り越えれば、そこにはこう青い空が待っているというようなこう明るい希望が待っているよというような励ましの四字熟語になっておりまして、このコロナ禍で気持ちが落ちた人たち、今大変な人たちに向けて、今頑張ればね、乗り越えればきっといいことがあるよ、きっと素晴らしい未来がまた待ってるよというような気持ちも込めて書かせていただいております。
なるほど、ありがとうございます。ひろきさんはこう自分で立ってて何を書かれてるんだろうって、もちろんあれですけど、こう感じるわけじゃないですか、筆というかその力強さを。あれってどんな気持ちなんですか？あんまりあの感覚を味わったことがある人少ないと思うんですけど。
そうですね、リハーサルっていうのがなかなかもう書いてしまうんで、本当のリハーサルはできないんで、もう一発勝負っていうところがありまして、で、思った以上に、やはりこの一筆一筆が力強いんですよね。なんで、こう、普通に立っていると、前にドンと押されるぐらいドンってこう筆が入ってくるので、それはもうすごいこう力も感じましたし、やっぱこの気持ちですよね。気持ちをこう込めてこう一筆一筆をこう、書かれてるんだなっていうのが本当こう体から伝わってくる。もう本当にまさに体から伝わってきましたね。
この座右の銘ということですけれども、そのひろきさん自身はどんなことを込めてらっしゃいますか、この言葉に。
そうですね。やはりこう一打一打を大切にして、その一打一打を大切にするだけではなくて、その一打を自分の中の大切さで終わるんじゃなくて、こうそれを伝える。で、伝わるように打つっていう、何ですかね、心を震わすっていうところですかね。和太鼓ってこう音だけではなくて振動もすごく伝わっていくと思うんですけど、その振動で、心をこう動かしたいという思いで叩いてますね。
ともみさんに質問したいんですけれども、この和太鼓だったり書道だったり昔からある文化といってもいいものをこう合わせて そしてご自身もトータルビューティープランナーということをされていて、もう私はなんかこう、すごい力強さを感じるんですね。このエネルギーといいますか。でご自身がこういう企画をしていて、これからのビジョンといいますか、今後何がしたいかなって思うんですが、いかがでしょ
そうですね。本当ちょうど企画をしているところなんですけども、今本当アーティストさんだったりクリエイターさんとかって活動したくてもできない方っていろいろいらっしゃるので、そこで、本当私たちができることって、一人でもファンがいるよっていうことも伝えていきたいなと思っているんですね。でも口だと、やっぱ、口のレベルかなと思うので、それをちょっと作品にして、でそれをちょっとお渡しして、使っていただきたいなっていう企画もちょっと今考えておりまして、和太鼓の方は YouTube でなかなか振動っていうのは伝わりにくいかもしれないんですけども、必ずまた生でお会いできる時のために、今試練を重ねて新しい表現を身につけて、目の前で演奏できる時にはもう大爆発できるような新しいまた和太鼓っていうのを通して感動を伝えていけたらなと思っています。
ヒロさん、何かお知らせなんかはありますでしょうか。
2020年、7月1日にファッションですよね。洋服に書でアートといいますか、文字といいますか、そういったものを書いたプラスという、ブランドを、うたさんと2人で立ち上げさせていただいていまして、そちらの方でモデルとしてね、ひろきさんにもご協力いただいているものになるんですけれども、そちらのブランドから、今このアーティストさんたちが苦しいこの時期を乗り越えていただく、ちょっとでも励みになってもらえたらなという応援プロジェクトで動き始めているところです。
はい、チェックしていただけたらと思います。ひろきさん、何かありますか？
そうですね。僕はもう本当にね、いろんな動画作品をどんどんガリューは、上げてますんで、ぜひぜひね、皆さんにガリューの動画チャンネルを見ていただいたり、チャンネル登録していただけたらとても嬉しいです。はい。
今回はね、フェスティバルで皆さんに見ていただけたらと思います。本当にありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
では、ご覧ください。 Next is Andy Lin from New Asia Chamber Music Society. Hi, Andy.
Hi, Yui. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Do you mind introducing yourself?
Sure. My name's Andy Lin, and I'm originally from Taiwan, and currently I'm based in New York City. And I play the viola and erhu. Erhu is a traditional Chinese instrument. There are two strings. So I'm specialized in both Western and Eastern music.
Wonderful. So you're actually in New York right now, right?
Yes, I'm in New York City, yes.
Did your life change drastically since the pandemic started?
Yes, of course. I think in the entire United States, all the live performances are canceled and all the concert halls are being shut down for at least until next summer 2021.
But you're from Taiwan, so Taiwan is doing such a great job, you know?
I think it's probably better than ever from the past.
Yeah, amazing job. I don't know how you are doing there.
There are so many great concerts happening in Taiwan because all the amazing Taiwanese musicians, they've moved back to Taiwan at least during the pandemic, so they can still get work, concerts. So it's lots of great concerts in Taiwan every single day.
Yeah, I wish I could go there right now.
I mean, in the States, everything is done virtually, online already this entire year. So we're getting there. I'm sure things will get better soon.
So for the video, it would be great if you can talk about the piece and how you picked the piece.
So the piece that we're gonna perform for you is a Schumann piano quartet. This piece was part of our annual concert for the New Asia Chamber Music Society. And as you know, everything's been done virtually this year. And if we perform live virtually, it's a little dangerous because internet can go down or electricity can be shut off. Like there are many things that's unpredictable. So we decided to pre-record the concert at a Samurai Hotel, which is a recording studio in Queens, New York. And so we recorded the entire concert back in July, and our annual concert was played on Facebook and YouTube live in September. Well, this year is Beethoven's 250th birthday. So we started the entire program with the Beethoven piano quartet. And then we also had a commission work called Unwavering Light, which is for violin, erhu, and cello. And we decided to end the program with Schumann piano quartet. We picked the Schumann piano quartet also because Beethoven has a lot of problems later on in his life. He lost his hearing, but he was still able to compose and perform. And with Schumann, everyone knows that he has mental problem, but he was still able to compose a lot of great music. So for us, Beethoven and Schumann with Unwavering Light, which was commissioned by us, New Asia Chamber Music Society, no matter how bad the situation is with the pandemic, we can still play beautiful music.
That's great. New Asia Chamber Music Society actually performed part of MuSE's chamber music concert series. Such a wonderful memory for me.
It was a great collaboration. I think all the audience really loved the concert. And we still play your music and your arrangements.
Thank you so much for, it's always fun to hear what you do. It's very inspirational. So if you could talk about New Asia Chamber Music Society a little bit, that would be awesome.
Sure. So the New Asia Chamber Music Society was established back in 2010. And first I gathered together with some of my friends and we were trying to think, we are almost finishing up with school. What can we do? And we were trying to find a way to create more music and also create a platform where we can invite more great musicians to play with us. At the same time, we can also do some educational programs. Our mission includes that we want to build a bridge between the West and the East, because I play both the viola and the erhu. So I thought it's great that every concert, when people come to our performances, they not only hear classical music, but they can also hear some Asian elements in the program, as well as some commission works, because we do commission a new work every single year, and our request is always that the composer needs to include something Asian. It can be an Asian instrument, it can be an Asian composer. So with that, our commission works have been very popular so far. And this is our 10th anniversary, and we are very grateful that we have a lot of supporters that have been with us throughout the 10 years.
That's great because, you know, Sons of Us Festival is actually 10th year anniversary as well. So lastly, if you have any news to share with us for 2021.
Well, as you know, with the pandemic, everything is up in the air. But we just finished our gala, which is a fundraising event. And with the money we got, we are able to plan around 10 to 20 events for this coming year. We don't have anything specific scheduled yet, but with New Asia CMS, we do have the Between the Bars series, which is we will invite an artist or a musician or a speaker to introduce anything that's about music to our audience, who are mostly non-musicians, so they can understand the music a lot more. And we also have the salon concerts, where we do those concerts in people's living rooms, or it can be at people's backyards when the weather is nice. And we are planning on doing outdoor in the summer this coming year. And of course, we have our annual concert, which will be around the springtime, and we will be recording that concert as our 4th album. We had 3 albums already, and this will be our 4th one. So we are very looking forward to it. And besides those, we might have some other concerts here and there, but we don't know the exact time and venues yet.
When everything is, you know, going back to normal, everybody wants to go out and then just go to concert halls.
Playing a recital last Sunday, but just a small recital, and we only had 10 audience in the room because we want to do social distancing. And it's just amazing to perform in front of the people, because that's something that we all missed. And we're craving to feel, you know, how the audience reaction is, and having the back and forth interaction between the musicians and the audience, which is what we treasure the most always.
Yes, so New York has shut down again for the indoor dining. So it's a little crazy, but we hope we survive this pandemic and hear the music live.
Yes,
like
very,
we
very
used
good.
to.
Or go to Taiwan.
Yeah, go to Taiwan too. That's the
Well,
easiest, maybe.
I'm planning on going to Taiwan in January for Chinese New Year's. I haven't gone back for 6 years. So it's gonna be a lot of fun, and I'm really looking forward to it.
That's great. Okay, let's listen to New Asia Chamber Music Society playing Schumann Piano Quartet. こんにちは。
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 今、日本ですね。お二人。
はい、そうです。
はい、そうです。
お二人に私の曲を演奏していただいたビデオを送っていただいたんですけど、本当ありがとうございます。
いえいえ、ありがとうございます。
こちらこそありがとうございます。素敵な曲。
お二人についてお聞きしたいんですけれども、まずは、まさとさん、どこを拠点に活動されてますか？
今は兵庫県なんですけれども、関西を拠点に活動しています。
あやなさんは？
まさとさんと同じく関西を中心に演奏活動させていただいてます。
普段はお二人は一緒に活動されてたりするんですか？
僕は普段演奏家ではなくて、演奏会やイベントのコーディネートをしています。私がコーディネートするイベントにあやなさんに出ていただいているという関係です。
あやなさんが出演されるようになってからどれぐらい経つんですか？
そうですね、7年ぐらい経つと思います。
今回私が書いた曲が、バイオリンとホルンの、デュエットなんですけれども、まさとさんからねご連絡をいただいて、この曲を見つけましたっていう形でメールをいただきまして、もうびっくりしたんですよね。私自身が英語のタイトルしかつけてなかったので、日本語のタイトルが来たから私があれそんなタイトルなんですねみたいな感じの話そうなってましたよみたいなことになってたんですけれども、あれはたまたま偶然見つけた形ですか？
まず最初に YouTube で Play with Shams、クラリネットの、名曲のピアノ伴奏をアップしているチャンネルがありまして、そこでゆいさんの曲を見つけました。それでとってもいい曲だったので、他にどんな曲があるんだろうと思って探したときに、この曲を見つけたという経緯です。
それでホルン演奏されるということで、
はい、
今回このビデオというか、演奏をするにあたってコロナの自粛の中だったと思うんですが、これは、どうやってレコーディングをしたんですか？
まず、あやなさんにバイオリンパートを全部入れてもらって、でその後に、それを聴きながらホルンを演奏するという形で入れました。
何回もこう合わせて音楽を作っていくっていう、そういう形ができないので、まず私の演奏を送らせていただいて、それに対してまさとさんがレスポンス、ここはこういう感じがいいと思うとか、もう一度2人の演奏を合わせた上でいろいろ意見を言って、それをまた私がレスポンスする形で、じゃあここはこういうふうにどうだろう、こうやり取り、お互いの録音を送り合ってやり取りする形で合わせをしていたっていう、そんな感じでした。
なんかもう現代だからできるやり方ですよね。
そうですね。
本当こう Zoom っていうね、この今インタビューで使ってるこういうアプリ、もうすごくこうね、このコロナでは大活躍だったわけですけど、どうしてもこの音楽を合わせるっていう意味では生じゃないと苦労する部分っていうのはどうしても残ってしまって、どうされてるのかなって思ってたんですよ。だから最初聞いた時どうやってやったんだろうなって本当思って、そういうふうにやってらっしゃったんですね。
だから合計、最終的に録音するまでに、2回ビデオを作って、で3回目で本番をしたと。
なるほど。じゃあ、あやなさんはホルンのパートが聞こえない状態で自分の音だけで弾いてるっていう形だったんですね。
そうです。ホルンが最初全くない状態で、私の中でのホルンの演奏を想像しながら、バイオリンをちょっと演奏させていただいて、最初は私の中だけの音楽で、ホルンは聞こえてはこないので、ホルンはこうしたいっていうのは最初がやっぱり汲み取れてなかったりして、すごく走っちゃってるところであるとか、表現として完成しきれてないところとかがあって、それをやり取りしてお互いに共有して合わせていったっていう形でした。
バイオリンとホルンって珍しい楽器編成だと思うんですけれども、今までにこのデュオっていうのをやったことありますか？
いや、ないです。
初めてでした。
じゃあ本当にこの曲見つけたからみたいな感じのコラボだったんですね。
そうですね。
ありがとうございます。日本はね、まだね、 ニューヨークよりは多分コロナは良くなっている。まあ、日本は良くなってないって言ってるけど、世界から見たらずっとこう感染者も抑えられていて、劇場なんかコンサートとかね、少しずつですが始まってきてるとは思うんですけれども、ご自身でやってらっしゃる活動、どんなのが2021年は控えてますか？
僕は自分で演奏するわけではないので、コンサートの制作なんですけれども、来年以降も今まで通りにコンサートができるかどうかわからない中で、今回の演奏のように、リモート演奏というのにすごく可能性を見つけていまして、通常のコンサートが始まると、リモート演奏というのはなかなか少なくなってくるとは思うんですけれども、そんな中でリモート演奏の可能性をもうちょっと探してみたいなと思っているので、頑張っていきたいなと思っています。
マサトさんのコンサートの制作されているグループの名前っていうのは何なんですか？
私の事務所の名前が、ミュージックメッセージという名前なので、その名前を使っています。
関西を中心に活動されているという形ですかね。
そうです。
あやなさんの2021年以降のなんか予定で決まっているものとか、制作中のプロジェクトとかありますか？
はい。やはりね、ちょっと今、日本もまたそのコロナがぶり返してきてるというか、感染者の人数も増えてきて、まだちょっと先が見通しが効かないっていう演奏会も多いんですが、最近はその入場者制限をかけたコンサートでも、その分、リモートで動画配信という形で、お客様に聴いていただくという形の演奏会も多くなってまいりまして、もう一つは子どもたちに演奏を聴いてもらったりするのがすごく大事だなと思ってるんですけれども、やはり子どもたちも現場に聴きに来てもらうことが最近は難しいので、最近ちょっと依頼を受けた演奏会ですと、もう動画を演奏会として撮ってしまって、それをとある日に配信という形でお届けするという、そういう形の演奏会が少しずつ増えてきたなという感じがします。
なるほど、そういうことなんですね。ニューヨークはそこまで戻るまでどれだけかかるかなっていう感じはしますけれどもね。ありがとうございました。では、私の曲をお二人が弾いてくださった動画、ぜひご覧ください。鳥とさんざしの木です。A bird and a hawthorn tree。
Hi, Paul. It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for coming to talk with us.
Please,
So
thank you,
this is
Chihiro.
thank you. So everybody, this is Paul Rudroff, our old friend of MuSE, and so I would love for you to talk about yourself, Paul.
So I'm originally from Normal, Illinois, which is a very small town between Chicago and St. Louis, like right in the middle of Illinois. My parents were adamant about my sister and I being exposed to different types of music and culture. So they would take us to art galleries and concerts, all different kinds of concerts. One of the first concerts they took us to, because my sister and I were both taking piano lessons, is they took us to see Victor Borge. And if you know his humor at all, he's very physical at the piano, putting a seatbelt on and all this stuff. And my sister and I just loved that. And we would mimic that at home. So while we're studying classical music and learning things, we were always like joking about how did Victor Borge do that? And then getting into public schools and playing percussion. And I had a wonderful percussion instructor all through middle school and high school, middle school summer camps for band and orchestra, where you had those intensive weeks of just nonstop practice and instruction that really made you a better musician. Yeah, that was my upbringing. And then, you know, by way of university, I went an hour away from where I grew up to University of Illinois in Champaign, Illinois. And similar kind of vibe there, you know, obviously a wonderful arts college within the university, very influential for me as a college student, opening my eyes and ears to something other than just kind of the standard orchestral repertoire or seeing a new piece from a percussion ensemble composer. I thought was really cool. I heard, you know, Steve Reich pieces, more not premiered, but, you know, new pieces that had just come out within like a year. I would see them performed live. And then, you know, lived in LA for 12 years before moving to New York. You know, in between that, I was a band director for 3 years in the public schools. I took a year off teaching, and I just put in my mindset I was going to work on a master's in composing and composition. So I put together a portfolio over a period of like 9 or 10 months. And I ended up going back to the University of Illinois for my master's. So those instructors knew me. It was the same hallways, but it was a very different group of instructors. You know, they encouraged us there to write for our strengths, but also to push the boundaries of the box that we lived in, kind of composing wise, to really branch out and explore not only other instruments, but completely different styles than just what percussion kind of meant to me.
Thank you. So I know this because I know you, Paul, but what do you do when you're not composing or performing?
Yeah,
you have a fun job.
Yeah, I do have a fun job. Well, I'm the vocal music director and music editor for Sesame Street. And I've been working now this is my 12th year. We're starting season 52, and I've been with Sesame Street since season 40. So, and my wife, who's a puppeteer, she's one of the main characters. She's Abby Kadabi on Sesame Street. She just celebrated her 15th year on Sesame Street.
Congratulations, that's great. So Paul, can you talk about the beginning of Clank and also how you started collecting these strange metal instruments?
My bosses once asked him to just bring some kind of odd, low frequency instruments. And he brought in a tank that, kid you not, was probably 2.5 feet in diameter, maybe 4 feet tall, and had 3 or 4 tongues cut into it. And he called it a whale drum. And it was an instrument builder had made that for him. And the mallet was, you know, a big rubber ball, baseball, you know, kind of vibe. And that sound just blew me away. So from that, I had a tank or two at home, but from that one session, I was like, I need every tank I can get. So I would go to junkyards and find, you know, any kind of metal tank and just start messing around with those. And there was a lot of trial and error. There was lots of, you know, breaking of tanks and stuff. And in fact, I have one here to show you. So this is one of the smaller ones. This is actually a smog check tank that my mechanic would give me from LA. It basically had like compressed air in it. But I would just cut these tongues into the top, empty it, of course. Don't try this at home with any sort of tank that's had propane in it. But I basically get these little pitches, and everything kind of resonates around the tank itself. There's a lot of overtones. I'm not sitting here with a tuner going, yeah, I need this to be a C sharp, you know, nothing like that. But I love that vibe. So, so through that collecting of instruments, I started thinking about an ensemble. We had this wonderful group of very enthusiastic percussionists. And the last year I was there, I decided to put them in anonymous suits, full on like clean room suits. And so for half the show, the marching portion of the drum line, they were all anonymous. And then the pit ensemble actually had different outfits on. You could see their faces. But I always loved the idea of masked performers because it lends itself to this cool and anonymous thing, yes, but like this collective of people all doing the same thing, you know, executing perfect technique through a show. And it always harkens back to drumline and marching band for me. So Glank became this outgrowth of me loving metal instruments, marching band, drumline, and then anonymous performers. Our first gig was in November of 2001. We played at an art gallery that had a big open house. We were in a parking lot. I had my van open, which I have an old lime green van that used to be an ambulance. I had that as our backdrop, and I had maybe 6 players, and we just started jamming. We had no music. We were just like, this is going to be a party. We're going to be in a parking lot, and there's going to be people walking around looking at art in this parking lot, and we'll just play. We'll be background music. And these people are like, what is this group? This is great. So it kind of started as a party band more than anything, because a lot of my friends that would play were not necessarily percussionists, but they were, you know, good enough musicians. They could play a shaker, they could bang on an LP tank or whatever. And then I started adding background tracks, just pre-recorded tracks, you know, through a PA system. We would kind of jam to that. When I moved to New York, I really wanted to ramp up not only the musicality, but my own kind of composing for it. So when I got to New York, I met with Chris Thompson, who's one of my players from since then. He knew one of my players in LA, Matt Altmeyer. And I talked to Chris and I told him, you know, showed him some video, showed him some pieces, and said, what do you think? You know, can I do this in New York? And the first thing he said was, do you pay? And I was like, yes, I absolutely pay. I do not ask anybody to do something for free. I've been doing that too long in my life. And he goes, okay, I have 15 players I can call right now that would do this. And I'm like, great. Because I think part of it too, and Chihiro, you probably can speak to this. The grooves that are in Glank, which I'm getting to the video that I made, is they're not technically very hard. You know, they're pretty easy in terms of like what you're playing, you know, physically what you're playing. The fun, I think, in it comes from the uniqueness of the instruments, because even this tank, you know, the way it's laid out, I will try and chart the specific part just for this tank and say, well, this is pitch number 1. That's going to be nearest to you, centered to you. And then everything else is kind of left, right, up and down. I'm not necessarily even writing on a staff. I'm just showing like maybe a general group of pitches, like 4 pitches. And I think Chris's instinct was spot on for getting players that are of this amazing Juilliard trained caliber to play in the group, because it's unique in that we're anonymous and there's kind of cool grooves going on, and they're also playing on instruments that they've never seen before.
Yeah, I've always had a really great time performing for Glank, and you know, it's not something that I get to do all the time as a classical percussionist, so I've always had fun. And yeah, thank you for having me on board all the time. So this video you submitted for us, it's an animation. So can you talk about that?
So for the video, my good friend Broderick Jonesy, he's been a part of Glank for a number of years now. He's just this uber creative guy that I've just wanted to work with, and he came up with that artwork, this piece of art, and I was just like, that's perfect. Everything about it is perfect. Even the vibraphone, it's the exact number of bars on the vibes. Like, he just nailed it. So then I didn't even know it, but he had he'd done the digital art on an iPad, and actually you can create a time-lapse movie from your artwork. And I looked at that, I'm like, this is beyond cool. Watching the video to me was super like meditative. I just looked at that, I'm like, this could be a cool like bossa nova feel. I'm a big fan of the bossa nova. And what I've been doing at home, which is all kind of behind me, is I've been throwing my vibraphone through a bunch of different effects and delays and things. I have pickups on all the vibes. So they're running through a multitude of effects. So I'm like, well, why not? I should try some little kind of chill bossa nova groove to it. So, but thank you to Jonesy for that art, because I don't think that the song, I don't think would have come out of my head unless I saw that video. So
that's so cool to hear about this kind of a distant collaboration between visual art and your music and blend.
Yeah,
it's all coming together. But
Yeah.
yeah, thank you so much, Paul. I
Cool.
look forward to seeing it, and I hope everybody enjoys your video.
Thank you.
Hi, Kenji. How are you? Long time no see.
Hi, Chihiro. Good to see you.
You too. Thanks for coming. Everybody, please meet Kenji Haba. Please introduce yourself, Kenji.
Okay, yeah, sure. My name is Kenji Haba, and I'm based in New York City right now, and I play classical guitar. And I played a lot of chamber music. But of course, in this pandemic situation, it's not easy to get together. So, I mostly play solo classical guitar at this moment.
Great, thank you. So, can I ask you what made you come to the States?
Yeah, and actually it was in 2001 I came to the States to study English. So it was not really related to music at all. And in fact, at the time, I never imagined I'll study music here.
Oh.
Because my parents never encouraged me to study music, and they always asked me to study business. So I went to a bachelor degree for business. But then, in 2005, I was working in a CPA firm, accounting as an accountant. And, I was not just happy about, my life. And then I found about the classical guitar. At the time, I didn't know how to even read music. But I started to practice, and then my musical journey began.
That's great. You run a music school. How is that going?
Yes. So, first of all, yes, as a music educator, I run a music school.
Do you mind telling me the name of your school again?
It's called Violin Academy of Music. And violin is an old form of a will in English. And I chose violin because, there's one sentence from the Renaissance period. It's called, "Man can do all things if they will." And I just want to make sure that our students realize the willpower.
Can I ask you how you're spending your time during the lockdown?
Luckily, it was very easy, smooth transition from in-person lessons to online schools. So as a school, we didn't really get so much impact, but as a teacher and also myself, when I teach, it's through just online. So it can be, sometimes tough, stuck in a room and just teach a student one at a time. So yeah, this year I planned a tour, going to South Carolina, and going through all the South. The tour supposed to happen in March, but then because of the pandemic, all the concerts got canceled. Since then, actually, it was a great opportunity actually for me to think about myself. Since March, I just practiced, played so many Bach pieces, and it just really satisfying my soul. So it was a great, in a way, it was a great, I used this difficult time as a valuable time as a musician.
That's great. Thank you. So Kenji, I know that for you, we actually requested you to perform Christmas songs specifically. So could you tell us which songs you picked for us, and then how you decided that, and where you found those music, if you can?
Okay, yeah, sure. It was, I was so happy that you guys asked me to, play holiday tunes, because, I tend to play many contemporary music, and I tend to avoid those pieces. So it was a great opportunity, actually. And as I play, I just, had a great time, playing those. But anyway, so I chose two pieces. One is variations on Deck the Halls, and the second piece is All Holy Night. And those pieces actually was arranged by one of my old teachers. His name is Kevin Gallagher. And he was actually my inspiration to play classical guitar and go to a music school. He did all the arrangements of holiday tunes back in 90s. And I had his CD, and it was just gorgeous. So that's why I thought, this would be a great time to play one of his arrangements.
Thank you. So if you have anything planned for 2021, could you tell us about it?
Yes. This year, 2020, I've been working on a lot of, developing music education apps. So I will be launching a mobile app for kids to learn music. And that'll be the really exciting event for me.
How can people find your app?
Well, at this moment, it's still under the development, so you cannot find about it yet because in a way, I'm trying to make it secret for now. But I will, announce it more very soon. It's around, 50% of the development is completed.
We can't wait to hear your 2 beautiful Christmas songs. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
So here's how automaton works. There's a switch on the back, and this also acts as a volume. And then I have just a setting of low, mid, high. This is just the range of the automaton. So I usually use the mid range. And then all you do is you just press on this black part and you touch it and then you make a sound. Like that.
Hi, Mari.
Hi, Yui. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Are you in New York?
Yeah, I'm in New York now. Yeah.
Okay. Well, everyone, meet Mari Katsuki. She's a composer. So maybe can you introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Mari Katsuki. I'm New York-based composer, but originally from Hokkaido, Japan.
Okay. When did you come to New York again?
I came to New York in 2008, and I wanted to study rhythmics, so which is like a kind of education for children. But then I composed the music in the class for many times, and then I very interested in composed music. So then little by little, I composed many pieces and became composer.
Cool. I mean, I've been seeing your CDs and many great things, so maybe you can talk about that later. Okay. So, did your life change a lot since the pandemic hit?
Yeah, I teach piano. Usually go to student apartment, but I couldn't go there, so I teach piano remotely every day. And it's good and bad. I miss my students, but on the other hand, I have lots of time for composing and spend time with my husband. So that's a good thing.
Wonderful. Okay, so the piece we're about to watch is two pianos?
Yeah, this is four hands.
Four hands. Okay. So this is for four hands. And can you tell us about the piece?
Sure. I composed this piece in 2013. And at the time, I participated in a composition competition in Japan. And the competition for children pieces for solo or piano four hands. And then I picked the piano four hands. Yeah, and then title is a hide and seek. Because when you think of children, what children do, then I picked hide and seek.
So who are the performers?
They one is Kaori Zenke. She lives in Germany and now, but she's from Sapporo, and we used to work at Yamaha Music School and as a piano instructor. And then another person also, she's from Sapporo and also piano teacher.
Wonderful. So when このビデオって結局そのリモートでやったわけじゃないんですよね。
そう、このビデオの作り方がよくわかんない。
今回初めて見るの？マリさんも。
いや、私YouTube になんか載せてくれてて見たんです。
なるほどなるほど、そういう感じだったんですね。そうかそうか。だったらあれだな。まあ別にそれはいいんだけど、なんかリモートだったらね、リモートって言っといた方がいいけどと思ったけど、ちょっとフォーヘンズだからちょっと
リモートだ。リモートだ。
リモートでやった？
リモートでやってた。
なんか ね、こう、不思議ななんか感じだなと思って。
そうだ。
ね、そうですよね。
ちょっと待って、なんかすっごい緊張するもん。そうでした。
ね、ですね。
Kaori lives in Germany で、Azusa lives in Japan だ。そうでした。
じゃあ、そこから言ってもらおうかな。なんか、
もう一回そこの部分お願いします。
そこの部分から。そう、じゃあ、彼のこと聞こうかな。So who are the performers?
One person lives in Germany, Kaori Zinke, and the other person lives in Japan, Azusa Hatabata.
So they recorded remotely.
Yes.
Wonderful video. So I think everybody's gonna love it. Do you have anything coming up in 2021?
2021, my choral piece should be released as a compilation album, and also my piano trio piece just released by RMN, which is a British label.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's listen to Mari Katsuki's Hide and Seek for piano four hands.
ask me to love you, I might say yes.
Hi Ken, thanks for joining today.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. So everybody please meet Ken Kubota. Can you tell us about yourself?
I'm a Juilliard graduate cellist. I spend most of my days teaching, actually. And when I'm not teaching, I have this other life on the social media front where I produce a pop cover series called JHM Jams with a bunch of my musician friends. So I juggle these both worlds.
Awesome. And oh, I forgot to introduce your friend Jim. Hi Jim.
Hi guys.
So he's quite famous, right? He appears in all of your videos.
Yeah, so he eventually became our mascot for JHM Jams, our pop cover series. I found him at Dave & Buster's. For those that don't know, it's like an arcade place where you play games, you get tickets, and you can exchange the tickets for a prize. So when I went, I tried to see what was one of the biggest prizes that you could get there, just on the upper shelf, and he was one of them. So I set my sights on him and like went back every week to like store my tickets to buy this. I think he was like 8,000 or 9,000 tickets worth.
Wow.
I was committed. Spent weeks going
Yeah.
after this guy. So now he's part of our family now.
I could see how your Juilliard training paid off.
Yeah, really, like it.
I mean,
I
the goals.
I do credit 90% of his winnings, from my hours of training in the practice room.
Excellent. How are you doing since pandemic? I know it's been very difficult for all the musicians, and so what have you been spending your time?
Yeah, I've been fortunate in that all of my work in the teaching front, at least, just shifted virtually, so I didn't really lose any work in that front. And it ends up being extremely convenient because I don't have to commute anywhere. I used to commute to Baltimore every weekend. I teach in Baltimore, I also teach in Connecticut, and I also teach all around New York. So every week I was commuting a lot, I was rarely home. So it's been actually a really pleasant change. I'm home all the time, I get to spend time with Jim, have meals with Jim all the time. It's been really nice actually for me. And my life isn't actually based around freelance as much. I know a lot of musicians' lifestyle depend on the freelance performing life, but since mine is primarily teaching, I've been okay. And when I'm not teaching, my other job, I suppose, exists on social media. So again, that's on the virtual front. So that transition was also really smooth. So my life actually ended up being almost better because I eliminated the things that I didn't necessarily enjoy as much, mainly the commuting, and then just kind of kept the things that I enjoyed more. So I've been lucky.
That's great.
Definitely in that
Yeah.
sense. Yeah.
Well, so I'd love to now transition into your group. So could you tell us about the nice t-shirt you're wearing, Empire
Look
World?
at this self-promotion. Nice.
Yes.
Yeah. So when I'm not doing either of the two things that I was mentioning earlier, I have a band. I have a trio with these two boys called Empire Wild. We have a vocalist named Brandon Elau, who's also a classically trained percussionist, multi-instrumentalist, so he also plays guitar in our band, piano, literally everything that we can't do. And then we have another cellist called Mitch Lyon, and with the three of us, I suppose categorically is a little bit more in the mixed trio, mixed genre crossover, where we write our own music most of the time, and then we also rearrange and reimagine other existing works. So we have that trio that grew out of kind of JHM. We initially met and started working together a lot through the YouTube channel that I have. And then through working through that, we realized that we worked together really well in our process of work. How we came up with our arrangements was really organic, and we didn't have to really spell out everything all the time. We'll just be like, hey, Mitch, just do this, like here's a wild card section for you. Our terminology for just like do whatever you want, you make something up and make it sound good is wild card for us, hence wild. So we can just say that at random sections of the piece and we will make it up and it would end up working out very well. So it made our jobs easier. We don't write anything down. We just kind of do everything by ear. So that's what we have. We have a trio of that name.
That's awesome. And I admire that, coming from all of you being classically trained, I'm a classically trained percussionist, just like Brandon, but I can't do what he does. So, I feel like you guys have such great creativity flowing, and I wish I could do that, but it sounds really awesome.
It's rare to find, those kind of people in the classical sphere. I guess we discovered that all three of us existed in the classical sphere, but really had these other passions in the different genres that we were exploring that, normally we wouldn't have known, but from working together, we were like, oh, you know this? Or like, oh, how do you know how to improvise? Like, where did that come from? Or you have this other passion, you have this other skill. So through that discovery of being like, oh, we have a lot of common overlaps of this Venn diagram, and that was exciting to find out because, yes, as you mentioned, we're not trained to be able to improvise or trained to be able to do these things, and it was just something that we were messing around with in our own time, just as a fun thing that ended up, I guess, becoming a little bit more formal over the years.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you're going to inspire lots of classical trained musicians to try it.
Yeah, I think everybody should try it. It is a scary thing at first, but at least try it in the comfort of your own space first.
Yep.
You don't have to try it on Carnegie Hall stage for the first time. So
for sure. So could you tell us about the big news?
Yeah, so this year we competed in the Concert Artist Field competition, and we were fortunate enough to receive the Ambassador Prize. And I think there were a total of, five winners, and we were one of them. And what that means is that we get a North American management through this competition. So we have now a manager who is working hard to book us events, concerts, performance engagements, and other things of the like. So that's the exciting thing that happened for us this year, which is really exciting and good news in the midst of this weird pandemic year. So we feel very fortunate. It was weird because the competition was entirely online this year. It's typically, all in person, but we all just kind of made videos, just submitted them. We didn't really have much in-person interaction. So it was like an interesting experience trying to do a competition not in person, from like start to finish, from the pre-screening to like the semi-finals to finals. So we learned a lot of things in the process, but fortunately all three of us, we had some experience prior to recording remotely, doing remote collaborations, knowing how to record, knowing how to shoot video, knowing how to edit the videos. So I think that also helped when trying to compete in a virtual space.
Yeah, I'm sure. Congratulations. So what does that mean now that, of course, live concerts are not happening for a while, but does that mean maybe you can do concerts virtually, or do you think you're going to wait until maybe things open up again?
Yeah, so currently we do have some like penciled in things in the calendar where some of them are kind of in-person live shows, but of course with limited capacity or in these COVID-safe environments. We also do have virtual performances that we are also putting together, whether if it's an actual like Zoom type live performance where we, the trio, are together in the same room and performing through a screen are some of the things that's out there. Also putting together a virtual recital where things are pre-recorded. So we would submit videos, piece them together, stitch them together as one long concert and present that to the presenters and the venues. So it seems like those are the solutions that presenters and concert venues are trying to come up with for now. Because naturally it's also, we're heading into winter, so it's a little tricky to do outside concerts since it's a little cold. But we're staying optimistic, and it also gives us time during this relatively blank period for us to work as a band and develop our own repertoire, create more songs, write more songs, arrange more things. By the time we really get to start going on tour, we will be prepared and we have a lot of new materials that we could offer.
Yeah, that's great. Could you tell us about the piece we're about to hear?
Yeah, so this piece is called Giulio by Mark Summers. He's personally one of my favorite, I guess, composers, but also cellists. He was in the Turtle Island String Quartet, and he was one of the few jazz cellists that I knew growing up. And for me, that was such a cool thing because I love jazz and I like pop, this whole like non-classical world since I was little. So to see somebody like that really thrive in that space was really inspiring. So when I was a Suzuki kid, I would go to these summer Suzuki Institutes, and one of the teachers at one of the recitals performed this piece. Originally it's for solo cello, so when I heard it, it blew my mind, and I was still working on like Twinkle. So I was like, I want to learn this, like teach me, but unfortunately it was too hard at the time. But many years down the road, I finally got myself around to learning it, and it's been one of my favorites since. And later, Mark wrote like a 2-cello version, and then when we learned that, obviously we do have a third member, so we were like, well, I guess we should try to accommodate you somehow, Brandon. So we're like, wild card, just do whatever you want. Because me and Mitch, we had our parts from what Mark Summer kind of arranged, and we put our own spin to it. It's a lot of improvisatory moments, so we can just kind of make a lot of things up in that piece, which is cool. But Brandon, we just trusted his instincts, and he's like, well, this is what we're gonna do, so you just make something up that sounds relatively cool to what we're doing and not get in our way, and good luck. So that's kind of how we came up with this Empire Wild arrangement of this tune. So the 2-cello version plus Brandon doing his Brandon things and being amazing as always. So that's the piece. It involves a lot of jazz techniques, improvisatory moments. It's also a lot of pizzicato, which is one of my favorite things to do on the cello. So you'll hear those pizzicato guitar elements. You'll hear extended techniques and percussive effects. So it's kind of an all-around great exploration of what a cello can do aside from classical.
Awesome. Thank you so much for telling us about that. Well, is there anything besides this future concerts that you're planning to do? Is there anything concrete that you want to tell us about?
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to have anything concrete in this pandemic life. We can't really look very far into the future. Right. It's a very foggy, scenic route that we're driving down. So I think, just kind of keep posted on our socials and our website, and you'll see when we do have things, then, we'll definitely share it. In the meantime, whether if it's on my YouTube channel on JHM Jams or Empire Wild socials, we're constantly putting out a bunch of entertainment for you all. So you can go check those out and try to distract yourself from this current environment for, 3-4 minutes at a time.
All right. Well, thank you, Ken and Jim, for talking with us. Let's listen to your song. We can't wait.
にちは。
こんにちは。どうも。
お久しぶりです。
お久しぶりです。
夏はご一緒できず残念でした。
いや、ほんとね。もうこんな状況になるとは思ってませんでした。
ねえ、夏、青森でね、カーネギーの再演するはずだったのに。けれども。はい。なんか寒そうですね。
寒いです。もう外雪降ってますよ。
そうなんですか。
うん。
わお、それは。
もう、いよいよその季節がやってきたって感じで。
なるほど。では今回、フェスティバルの方に参加していただけるということで動画を送っていただきましたけれども、まず、もう文太さんはね、このお囃子会の中では、もう相当、いろんなところでご活躍されておりますけれども、まず、簡単に自己紹介お願いいたします。
はい、津軽笛奏者の佐藤文太と申します。日本の北の外れ、青森県、本州最北端の、青森県、平川市というところで、生まれ育ちまして、小さい頃からお祭りを、ずっとやってましてね、それで現在に至ります。ずっと笛を吹いて、お祭りの笛を吹いて、それで生活とともにお祭りがあるような、そんな地域で生まれ育ってきました。
これから流すビデオですけれども、この動画をもうこのために撮っていただいたということで、本当ありがとうございます。
いえ、もうなかなか撮るチャンスがないなと思って、というのはうちのファミリーで撮ったんですけど、娘息子と、一緒に、神社に参拝してる動画を撮れるのは今しかないんじゃないかと。で、自粛ムードの今年だからこそ人があまりいない中で朝撮れたっていう奇跡もあったので、逆に思い出深い動画になりました。
私もね、連れてっていただいたことがある岩木神社の様子が見れて私も嬉しかったんですが、このお祭りの文化といいますか、その青森県は特にねぷたねぶた、すごく有名ですけれども、弘前にお住まいですよね。
そうですね。今は弘前市に住んでます。
そうですよね。その、弘前ねぷたなどね、私も、この目で見せさせていただきましたけど、本当にこう、もう町というか、もう県全体がお祭りというのを、すごくこう、なんていうんですかね、文化が本当に根強く残っているなという感じたんですが、今回その動画撮っていただいた、この、曲目って言ったらなんかこう、ね、コンサートじゃないんだけどって話になってきますけども、このお囃子、これについてちょっとお話しいただければと思います。
はい。弘前市には、岩木山っていう青森県で一番高い山がありまして、高いといっても1625メートルしかない山なんですけども、独立法でもう山の一番下のね平野部分からこう登っている山で、とても美しく日本百名山にも挙げられている山なんです。その山への信仰というのは平安時代からずっと津軽でも続いてまして、山へ感謝する、そしてお祈りする、いいことがあると、自然と共に生きているのが素晴らしいなっていうふうに、また思ったりして、そうやって生活をしてきた、地域の人々です。その津軽の人たちが秋に今年の豊作の感謝と、また来年の祈願、家内安全をお祈りする、そういった行事が旧暦の8月の1日にめがけて毎年行われております。その行事のことを我々はお山参詣と呼んでおりまして、その時にみんなで町内のみんなが神社に向かって歩いて昔から登拝していたものなんですけども、その時に演奏されるお山参詣登山囃子を神社の入り口から拝殿まで演奏して上がっていきました。
はい、これでご家族で撮っていただいたということなんですけれども、この文太さんが笛で、娘さんが手すりがね、
息子が太鼓。はい。
普段だともちろん3人だけじゃなくってもうたくさんの人でやるっていうことですよね。
そうですね。長い行列だともう 囃子手だけで200人とかの行列も、お祭りの行事の中では、出てきたりします。
文太さんはギネスをお持ちだということなんですが、どういうことですか？
笛の合奏記録を目指そうということで、弘前のお城の弘前城が築城400年の時に記念して、ねぷた祭りの弘前ねぷたのお祭りのお囃子をみんなで演奏しようということで、ねぷた囃子でギネスに挑戦っていうのをやりました。ラージェストフルートアンサンブルという、カテゴリーの中でギネス記録を取りました。3742名で、合奏しました。
ということは結局はそれだけ笛を吹ける奏者がいるってことですもんね。
そうですね。もう街歩くと笛吹きにぶつかるぐらいの5、6人に1人笛吹ける計算です。弘前市だと。それぐらいいっぱいいるので、笛吹ける人って笛渡すとパーティーとかだとみんな吹き始めて、すごい騒ぎになります。
しかもこうね、もう外で吹く用の、お囃子っていうか、お祭り用の、ね、お笛だから、すごい遠くまで音色が響きますものね。
そうそう。それが雲中にね、室内でパーティーやったりしたらもう大変な騒ぎになりますね。
今年はそのコロナの影響もあって、かなりそのお祭りというか、本当人と会うだけでもかなり大変だったとは思うんですけれども、今はどんな感じですか？
いやー、今は少しずつ行事ごとは増えてきたり、今だと弘前城の、桜にライトアップがされてて、雪が降ると枝についた雪が桜に見えるっていう冬のライトアップを、2月の下旬まで、行っている状況で、密を避けさえすれば弘前でも、十分こうね冬を楽しめるような状態にはなってきましたけど、お祭り自体はやっぱりなかなかない状況で、ねぷた祭りや春の桜祭り、お山参詣、後で演奏を聴いていただく、行事もなくなってしまい、本当に寂しい1年だったんだけど、少しずつですね、冬の雪道路祭りは来シーズンはやろうということで弘前市も動いてますし、少しずつですが、このコロナの中でも、なんとかみんなで楽しめる方向を模索している状況です。
なるほど。昨年はカーネギーホールのコンサート成功おめでとうございます。
いや、おかげさまで本当にありがとうございます。ゆいさんいなきゃ、
はい
もうできなかったことで。
大変だったですね。あれね、本当に。でも本当去年できてよかったと思って。
もう今年だったらね、
あれ
もうね、いやー、本当、いい時にって言ったら、本当いろんな方に失礼になるかもしれないんですけど、いいチャンスをいただいて、なんとか成し遂げることができたなっていうふうに思ってます。
それを思うと、ね、去年の秋はこんなことになるなんて思わずに舞台に立ってるわけですから。
そうですよね。
ねえ、本当になんか、どんだけ急にこんな展開が来たんだろうって思いますけれども。
ね、本当、もう、ね、なんかどうなっていくのか、まだ不安ですけど、笑顔は絶やさず生きていったらいいことあるだろうなって思って生きてます。
なんかちょっとご利益ありそうな演奏していただけたのが私たちは本当嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。
いえいえ、ありがとうございます。みんなにもいいこと届きますように。
ではお聴きいただきましょう。文太さんと文太さんのファミリーで演奏していただいた登山囃子です。
妙朝来
Hi, Collie.
Hi, Yui. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm doing the thing.
Thank you for joining me today.
Thanks for having me.
So you were in the first video as well. You were singing for Alicia's project as well. So we know how great you are, but can you introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Caroline Miller. I go by Carly with friends, which is most people. I am originally from Connecticut, so not far from New York, where I now live. And I have a master's from the Easton School of Music and Vocal Performance.
Cool. So tell me about your organization, nonprofit, because this video is for your nonprofit organization.
Yes. In 2015, 2016, you know, it takes a minute for the legal stuff to go through. Me and Elizabeth Van Oss founded the Pleiades Project. Our idea and our mission behind it is that we wanted to have an arts organization that focused on women and women's stories on stage, off stage. We wanted to feature female composers, female producers, female technicians. And then our secondary mission is how do we reach more people than we might on an opera stage? And that's where film comes in. So essentially we have this idea of we're going to do concerts, but we're also going to do vocal repertoire that is designed to be seen on film or designed to be seen online where everybody can access it. You don't have to live near a theater. You don't have to have the money for opera tickets. And in that way to make opera both accessible and to recenter women and women's stories within opera.
Cool. So for Sounds of Us Festival, you have been involved since 2017, I believe?
Yes, yes.
Tell me about the video that we are about to watch.
Yeah, so about a little over a year ago now, Noelle McMurtry, she's on our board, and I realized that 2020 is the centennial anniversary of women's suffrage, or the women's right to vote. And we thought, well, we are a company based on telling women's stories. We have to investigate. We have to, you know, and it's one of those things, I feel like there's pieces of US history that we know happened, but we really don't know the nitty gritty, right? And the women's suffrage movement is absolutely one of those, right? We know Susan B. Anthony, but it's a movement that took like 3 generations of women, and a lot of people that we've never heard of were incredibly important to it. I think in that way, it's kind of similar to the civil rights movement. Anyway, so we decided we were going to write a show called A Women's Suffrage Splendiferous Extravaganza. And essentially, we were going to use the style of vaudeville to tell the suffrage story. We chose the vaudeville style because we realized there's no way to tell the complete story in one show. There isn't. And we decided that we didn't want to pick one actor, one historical figure, because we really wanted to showcase how it was this grassroots multi-person movement, and that there are a lot of people that don't get the credit they deserve, especially women of color and women that were not the well-to-do white suffragists, even though those women were also important. So we were like, well, maybe we'll do like a review of the suffrage movement, and we can just pick little gems, little stories, and focus on those. And vaudeville actually lends itself to that, right? Because vaudeville is a series of acts that are loosely related in that they are all vaudeville. And so for us, there's these series of acts that are loosely related in that they are all part of the suffrage movement. But it is not one, like, for example, Alice Paul is a really famous woman in this movement. It's not like her through trajectory, right? We wanted to show like how many pieces of this mosaic there are. So we got a grant from LMCC to do this, and then COVID hit. This was supposed to be a live show. We were supposed to be doing it right now. But COVID hit, and just like many other theaters, our plans changed. So we still, in the next couple years, want to present this as a live show. But in the meantime, LMCC said, present it in whatever way makes sense. So in the spring, we are going to present a full hour-long plus digital presentation. But when MuSE came along and said, hey, we'd love to see something 5 to 20 minutes, we thought, what a great opportunity to kind of start kicking around what this is going to look like, pick a couple of those acts and work them all the way up. So that's what this is. The whole show is strung together by this master of ceremonies, which I am playing. And she's going to be kind of our contemporary voice that's looking on all of these acts, all of these people. And then we also have, we have an anti-suffrage girl group. Girl groups were super common in vaudeville. In fact, Judy Garland was in a girl group with 2 of her sisters, the Gum Sisters. Check it out, it's crazy. And we have The Clown. The Clown is special because it's actually written by Ethel Smythe. Ethel Smythe was a female composer in Britain who was also a suffragist. And so this was actually a song that she said, it's not her text, but that's kind of how that fits in. So we have a ballad, we have a trio, and we have kind of me as the maestro of ceremony setting the scene.
Wonderful. I watched the video once already, so I can tell like how great this is, and it's so exciting to see it.
Thank you.
Do you have anything that's coming up? Because New York is kind of very quiet right now.
It is live theater quiet. I will say there has been really a pretty impressive profusion of streaming content, which is great. And we are kind of special, I guess we can say lucky, in that we've been doing digital content for years now. So this isn't something that we had to learn how to do. We already knew how to do this. It was already a big part of who we are as an organization. So actually last spring, this company called InSeries in DC approached us, and they were like, we'd like you to create content for our new platform. They created a digital opera house, which is really cool, called Envision. So right now, what you should check out that's already out is our 5th and final season of our Pleiades 24, which showcases all the 24 Italian songs and arias. And our 5th season is special because they're all genre benders. We contacted different composers and arrangers. For example, I am very lucky. I am friends with Tamar Green from grad school, who is the current, or hopefully again will be the current, George Washington in Hamilton. And we said, hey, Tamar, who is like, he does a lot of incredible arranging and composing. We're like, we'd love you to arrange Nina for R&B, for soul. And he did. And we had someone else, Liva Bluma, arrange a song for Lasciatemi morire as kind of a contemporary trio. So anyway, we have all of those out right now on our website and on Envision and on YouTube, all the places where you can find the Pleiades Project. And they all focus on COVID stories because we shot them over the summer. They were all socially distanced, safely, or shot remotely. But we're really proud of those because we were kind of dealing with art, with these issues that we were looking at in the moment. And then what's coming up is an extension of something we developed with InSeries called German Romantics. Usually when you think of German Romantics, who do you think of? Do you have like any composers or artists in mind if I said to you German Romantics?
Oh, Robert Schumann?
Yeah, absolutely, right? Any others?
Schubert.
Yeah, you got it, right? Mm-hmm. They're all dudes, and they're great. I love them. They're some of my favorite composers, but we kind of wanted to turn that idea on its head because actually, there are a lot of women composers that don't get any credit, but the few that do, they're German Romantics. Fanny Mendelssohn, Clara Schumann. Mm-hmm. And so we thought, okay, we'll pick 3 German Romantic composers that were women and kind of show that this idea that we have, this historical idea, isn't complete, which is kind of really part and parcel of our mission of highlighting women's stories and kind of directing our gaze to the fact that women have always been part of this art form. We just haven't centered them. So already out is our series Clara. There are 3 of her songs set together to go as like a story. That is on Envision right now. Our next composer is going to be Louisa Reichhardt, which most people will not have heard of. I hadn't. And she will come out probably in February. And then our final composer, Fanny Mendelssohn, will come out most likely in March. And those will all premiere on Envision and eventually make their way onto our YouTube and our homepage.
Great. Thank you, Carly. So let's watch this video.
Welcome to a Women's Suffrage Splendiferous Extravaganza, a special preview for the MuSE Festival, produced by the Pleiades Project.
Enjoy.
Hello, 21st century people. And I do mean all people. For it is my radical conception that women are also people. My name is unimportant, for you may refer to me as your maestra of ceremonies this evening. We are here to excite, to shock and awe you with fantastic feats of mental strength, debates from the great minds of the day, magic acts, and roving bands of women on bicycles. Oh my. For today we step back in time over 100 years as people, thought about who had a say in the laws that govern them, whose vote should count, and who is qualified enough to be heard. Sound familiar? The women's suffrage movement was a mosaic of heroes from various states, ethnicities, religions, and classes,
and who fought for the right to vote for a wide variety of reasons. It is one of the earliest and most broad grassroots movements in American history, taking place over 3 generations of women. The women who started the fight did not live to see it get passed. It's important for you to understand that you know next to nothing about the women's suffrage movement. Oh, sure, you've heard of Susan B. Anthony, but she represents about 1% of what happened over 100 years ago to make possible the single largest act of enfranchisement in U.S. history. Sure, Susan and the Alices and the Idas, they'll make an appearance in our story, but I'd like to introduce you to Mabel, Rosalie, and Zakala. Mabel Ping-Hua Lee was just a teenager who knew what she wanted. She was one of the few early Chinese immigrants to New York City, known around the boroughs as her minister father's whip-smart daughter, determined to get back to China someday to open a school for girls. When I was a teenager, I was merely selfishly concerned with not being ordinary. Despite being distinctly left out of the movement, along with the rest of the Chinese immigrants, barred from being citizens by the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. Thanks for being clear, folks, it's really all in the name. She jumped on a white horse and led a parade of women for suffrage up Fifth Avenue, 10,000 strong. A new country, a new language, a new dream, and nothing to stop her, but all of the men and ignorance and fear stacked against that teenage girl. Dr. Rosalie Jones took marching to the next level. Though born into the upper class, into an anti-suffrage household at that, she saw her fair share of tragedy. Her mentally ill brother is said to have burned down the family estate before dying in an institution himself. Her father killed himself, and her mother died in the last great pandemic, the Spanish flu of 1918. They had their own mask issues, people. Why do we never learn? Despite all of that, she not only became an attorney, passing the bar in both New York City and D.C., she got her Doctor of Civil Law degree, and then she marched. She was known for leading women on long marches for suffrage, the longest being a march in which she led 225 women from New York to D.C. in February of 1913. February! Where is her hip-hop musical? Well, don't get too excited. Like many other white suffragists, Rosalie did not allow black women on her marches. One wishes that one of her more informed colleagues would have knocked some sense into her on that front. Finally, my personal favorite, should I be permitted one, is Tsitkala Sa, or Redbird. Honestly, Tsitkala deserves her own show. And indeed, she wrote the first ever Native American opera, the Sundance Opera, with a Mormon man. He predictably took all the credit for their work. She was born on a reservation, a member of the Yankton Dakota Sioux, in 1876, raised by a single mother, and was torn away to go to a Quaker school for her own good, despite her mother's protestations. For the rest of her life, she straddled 2 worlds. The America that didn't grant her the right to vote in 1920, because as a Native American, she was not a citizen, and the world of her ancestors. She was a composer, a violinist, a teacher, a writer, activist, an all-around stunning human being. She brought Native American culture to America and tried to bring America to her fellow Native Americans. We do not deserve such citizens, and thus I am always confused when we refuse to enfranchise the most brilliant members of our society. I'm aware that we've made progress. Women across this fair land can own property independent of their husbands. They can have their own credit cards, run for president, and have a measure of say over what happens to their bodies, but I urge you all to pay attention.
I'm Josephine Doge. I stand for the silent majority, women and mothers across this great nation, when I say, do not burden us. Do not sully us with the vote, an entrance into the most vile realm of politics.
I'm Emma Goldman, and I do not need a vote in a system that is beyond repair. Unlike my colleagues in this matter, I do not believe that women belong to a special sphere of their own. I just don't think they have the supernatural powers to fix a system that cannot be fixed.
I'm Annie Nathan Mayer, and I agree with Josephine. I'm self-taught, and education is incredibly important to me. In fact, I will spend most of my life fighting for equal education for women. I will found Barnard College. As far as suffrage goes, my sister Maud and I are on opposite sides of this issue, and I am certain she will be on the wrong side of history.
Suffragists say, happen what may, there will not come a fight will not come. Twixt you and me, I don't agree. We're going to show them who's right. Jumpers they wear cannot compare with the anti-suffrage rose. Token of love and looking from above, loveliest flower that grows. Red, red anti-suffrage rose, you're the flower that's best of all. You're better far than jumpers are. We are going to prove it in the fall. Sweetest flower in all the world, everybody knows. You're the emblem of the anti-suffrage cause. You lovely red, red rose. Work for the cause, no time to pause. Tell all the men you know, all the men you know. Why should a few rule over you? Suffrage is every man's fault. Beautiful flower, sign of the hour. If the jungle belongs to fight, you cannot fall. You're the queen of them all, emblem of truth and right. Red, red anti-suffrage rose, you're the flower that's best of all. You're better far than jumpers are. We are going to prove it in the fall. Sweetest flower in all the world, everybody knows. You're the emblem of the anti-suffrage cause. You lovely red, red rose. There was once a poor clown all dressed in white and chained to the dungeon bars. And he danced all day and he danced all night to the song of the dancing stars. Oh, clown, silly clown, oh, why do you dance? You know you can never be free. You are tied by the leg to the strings of chains, yet you dance like a captive flea. My chain is heavy, my sail is dark. I know I can never be free. My heart is a dancing spark, and the stars make music for me. Oh, move my sail and raise my chain.
strings, the dances on deadly sands. I'm off myself and with my chains and fetter my feet and my
Hey, Mark. Great to see you.
Good to see you, Chihiro.
Thank you so much for coming to talk to me today. So, everybody, please meet Mark Wade. And could you tell us about yourself, Mark? Like, where you're from and what do you play? What do you do?
Well, sure. So I'm a double bass player living here in New York City. I've been here about, somewhere close to 30 years almost now, 27, 28 years I've been living in New York. Previous to that, I had lived around the country in various places. I was born outside Detroit, Michigan, lived around the upper Midwest as a young kid, and then lived in New Jersey before I came to New York. So I've been a lot of places. I studied music here in New York at New York University. I was a jazz major there, studied with Mike Richmond, tremendous world-class bass player, and also studied some composition. I've been here in New York, just making a living, pandemic aside, as a bass player, and also leading my own band that I tend to write a lot of original music for.
Awesome. Thank you. I know you mentioned that the pandemic changed a lot, and that's, true for everybody, I think. So, could you tell us what you've been doing maybe since pandemic? Have you, changed something that you do, or just tell us about what you've been doing?
Well, sure. Well, obviously, like everyone else, I'm not really performing so much these days in front of live audiences. But what I've taken this opportunity of this kind of pause on a lot of musical activities is to learn a lot more about video production. And so much so that I actually ended up recording an album here at home during the isolation here in New York City during the lockdown in New York City. And I recorded a solo bass record that was a video album that comprised of 5 separate music videos using various video techniques that I'd been trying to learn about and to study. So I did produce an album out of that, in addition to doing some teaching online. I'm on the faculty at Lehigh University in Pennsylvania. I've been teaching online for them, and also a little bit of in-person teaching in town here through the fall. So I've managed to stay relatively busy and keep active. I'm not good at just watching Netflix all day. I'm not really built that way, so I have to find something to do or I'll start climbing the walls. So yeah, getting to know about the video production side of things and being able to make some music videos has always been something I was kind of interested in, but this has kind of given me the opportunity to pursue that a little further.
That's great. I've seen many of your videos now, so I know that it's a great thing that you learn new skills, and I think that's a bit of a trend. I think I even learned how to use more about sound softwares and then video software. So I think it's a good skill to have as a musician.
Definitely, yeah.
Now, could you tell us about the video that you submitted for the festival?
Yeah, so the video that I sent was a video recording session that I had done with my trio, which is Scott Newman on drums, Tim Harrison on piano, and of course myself playing bass. This was something that we recorded at a rehearsal studio here in New York at Michiko Rehearsal Studios as part of a larger project that was going to be done for Flushing Town Hall online. But we had some other footage too. This was something that was shot over the period of a few days. And this was one of the songs from that recording session. It was actually an adaptation of a song that I did for my solo bass record, a record called Songs from Isolation. And there's a tune off that the very first tune off it is a song called Hours Till Dawn. And all of the music on my solo record is just bass, of course, but it's actually layers of basses that are put on top of one another. Sometimes I'm playing the bass as a percussion instrument. Sometimes I'm bowing it, playing like a string player. Other times playing a groove, soloing over it, playing electric bass, all these different textures that I created essentially kind of in the studio, not live. So this was one of those songs, but now I had a chance to bring it to my trio and kind of readapt it for actually playing it live and playing it with a band. So it was very different. It was kind of a fun experience. There's parts that are missing from the record and there's parts that are added now that we have the trio. So it was a lot of fun to kind of hear how the song evolved that way.
That's great. Thank you for telling about that. So do you have any upcoming projects that what you're working on that you want to tell us about?
Yes, actually, that video session that I was mentioning there, that for Flushing Town Hall, we have another installment of that coming up on December 20th. That's getting produced through the auspices of my small nonprofit that I run called New Music Horizons. We present the music of jazz and classical composers. So it's always original music that we're presenting. And we have another online performance with them on December 20th. We'll be presenting the music of Bruce Arnold, who is a guitar player living here in Queens. He was actually on the faculty at NYU when I was a student there. He's going to be presenting a set of solo guitar music. A very, very creative and inventive guy. Just, very high-level musician. And then my band, the Mark Wade Trio, will present the second half of that concert with a few other tunes from that video session. So that is free to the public, 5:30 p.m. On December 20th. If you go to the Flushing Town Hall website, flushingtownhall.org, or newmusichorizons.org, you'll be able to get the link and watch the live stream.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And do you have your own website too, Mark?
Yes, for anybody who'd like to see some of these videos, particularly the ones from the solo album, you can go to markwademusicny.com. If you just Google Mark Wade or Mark Wade Music, I'm the first thing that comes up in the Google search engine these days, so I'm pretty easy to find.
Great. Thank you so much. Well, I look forward to seeing your video, so thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. It's my pleasure.
Hello, I'm Chihiro Shibayama.
And I'm Kitamura.
We are co-founders of Multicultural Sonic Evolution, and in short, we call ourselves MuSE.
We became a nonprofit organization in 2009, and we have produced more than 100 concerts, collaborating with over 400 artists of different disciplines. Today, we're asking for help to raise our 2020-2021 season budget, which is $4,041.
You might be wondering, why such a weird number? Well, we came up with it because it's just 2020 plus 2021 equals 4,041.
Right now, everything is online, but we are hoping that whenever we can go back to the theater or the concert halls, we would like to start producing live concerts.
This fund will directly help our collaborators, and it will help us pay for our operational costs for the season.
All the information are on our website, which is at www.musefriends.org. Please check out our social media sites as well. We are on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. You can find us everywhere.
Thank you so much for your ongoing support. I hope you go check out our festival video on YouTube.
And we were supposed to have our annual chorus concert. We usually have an orchestra with us, which we postponed once to October, which we couldn't do that again. So we're hoping that we can see you in person in May 2021, but we'll keep you posted about this.
Thank you so much for watching. We hope that you and your family stay safe, and have a wonderful holiday season.
Thank you. Hi, Sumie. How are you?
Hello.
You're in New York right now, right?
Yes, I am.
Thank you for participating in this year's Sounds of Us Festival. So you participated last year as part of Lee's production.
Yes, Joanne.
And it was wonderful. And this year, we're lucky that we can feature you as a soloist as well. Since there might be some, someone who don't know you yet, which, I cannot believe it because you're so famous.
No.
But,
I'd love to introduce myself here. My name is Sumie Kaneko. I am Japanese koto and shamisen player and also singer. Japanese koto is a 13 strings Japanese harp, and shamisen is Japanese lute guitar. And my voice style is Japanese traditional style. It's not something like a pop or jazz singing. And what I'm doing here in New York is to combine those Japanese traditional music and also my original idea and do something very new, never heard of. I have released 2 albums so far. First one is called J Trad and More, and second is called Dead of the Night.
When did you come to the United States?
I came to Boston in 2002 to enter Berklee College of Music, majoring jazz vocal. I wasn't doing Japanese traditional music at that time. And then 2012, I moved to New York because New York is such a melting pot of many talented artists.
Wonderful. So 2020, what a year, right?
Yeah, what a year. I think it's because of my instruments, Japanese traditional music. I got the many offers from embassies, like diplomats, people. So I got the tour gig to go many countries over the world and playing, of course, traditional pieces and also my original pieces. And the fun thing was to collaborate with the local musician of the country. So like when I was in Pakistan, I was surrounded by all Pakistani great musicians, like they're playing tabla and sitar and all that traditional stuff. And I was playing shamisen and koto and playing my original pieces together. And that was actually a big hit. So those like a very interesting gigs I was having until the lockdown. And then after lockdown, I lost everything. So no tour, no performance. I was just staying at home. So here I am.
The video that we are about to watch, this is created after the pandemic started.
So Aiue Osarai series is the new project on my Instagram. So Japanese language has 50 different alphabets, and that are a combination of vowels and consonants. So each alphabet, a, I, U, E, O, kaki, ku, ke, ko, sashi, su, se, so. So if a is the alphabet of the day, I picked whatever the piece that title started a. So like Aki no Nanakusa or Akashi or something. So ka is the same thing. Kasuga mode. Sa, sarashi. So something like that. And I keep those song selections as traditional as possible just because I need some reason to practice. And also, I wanted to introduce the beauty of Japanese traditional music as well, because those song selections are so special. Like not so many Japanese people have heard those music.
I'm a very great fan of your Aiue Osarai. So everybody check it out. Sumia's Instagram. So you're not done though, because when I actually asked you if you were able to create the whole thing for the festival, I counted the days and Sumie, maybe you can finish it by the day, right? But of course, you have other things on Instagram, so you're about like a halfway through, right?
Yeah, it's still continuing. I couldn't finish it all.
I think people gonna be following you now so that they can finish it with you.
I am on na right now. Na ni nu ne no, that line. So I have like a half.
But that's amazing that you had a way to keep your motivation to practice.
Thank you. Yeah. I need
hard.
something.
And then there's like a little piece before the Aoi Osara series in this video.
Yes.
It's like improvisation?
Yes. That is just an improvisation, short improvisation for koto. I was just jamming in a summer day and I was like, oh, this sounds cool. So why don't I just film it? So that's it.
Yeah, thank you. So I know the content already, so I can say, but yeah, because it's so fun. It's so much fun. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Sumie Kaneko, a Japanese koto and shamisen player and singer. Thank you very much for watching Sound of Art Festival 2020. Today, I would like to introduce my project during lockdown that is called Aiue Osarai Series as Japanese Alphabet Practice Series. What I do is to pick up a song that the song title starts with each alphabet. For example, if ka is the alphabet of the day, I have to play a song title that starts with ka. So I picked Kasuga Mode. By the way, Japanese language has 50 different alphabets. So there will be 50 different songs playing. I am uploading those videos on my Instagram. So if you're interested, please follow me at Martini Kaneko. I try to keep the song selection as traditional as possible to introduce the beauty of Japanese traditional music. And that was actually hard. Just because I can't sometimes find a good ones for particular alphabet. And the hardest one so far is So. And that actually turned to be a most popular video on my Instagram ever. And you'll see why.
首を打たれよと西に向かいて
Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. This project is still continuing on Instagram, so if you're interested, please follow me at Martini Kaneko. Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Rieさん、まゆみさん、こんにちは。
こんにちは。
お時間いただきありがとうございます。今回の動画はおぼろ月夜ということなんですけれども、これはね、去年、2019年にご一緒させていただいた時に弾いていただいた私の編曲なんですけれども、まず簡単に自己紹介をお願いします。
はい、ピアニストの川原理恵です。4歳からピアノを始めて、幼い頃から父の転勤にあちこち行き、いろんな先生にピアノを教わりながら今に至ります。で現在は、鹿児島でピアノを教えながら演奏活動をしています。
フルートの内田真由美と申します。15歳からフルートを始めて、鹿児島短期大学の音楽科を卒業しました。ごくごく普通の4人の子供を持つ主婦なんですが、お声を今回かけていただき、もうすごく嬉しい思いで演奏したのを昨日のことのように覚えております。
本来であればね、今年も夏にご一緒できる予定だったんですけれども、それがコロナで叶わずということで、今回のは昨年のねご一緒したコンサートの動画になるんですけれども、鹿児島は他のところが雪が降っているというのにもかかわらず、すごく暖かくて、いろんな四季折々の花が冬に咲いているっていうね、桜、朝顔、ひまわり、コスモス、そして紅葉が見れて、ハイビスカスで、街路樹はまさかのヤシの木っていうね。だからなんか鹿児島の冬って私もやっぱりね、夏っぽいなみたいなイメージがどうしてもあるんですが、せっかくなので、お二人のなんか春の思い出とかあればと思うんですけれども。
鹿児島の春は桜はもちろんなんですけど、菜の花が本当に素晴らしく綺麗で、まゆみさんの住んでらっしゃる指宿の菜の花畑はもう本当に皆さんに見ていただきたい、とっても美しい景色が見られます。で、私の中で今回のおぼろ月夜もその菜の花畑の上に浮かぶ春の月を想像して演奏させていただきました。
菜の花って言ったらやっぱりね、指宿たくさん咲いてるので、コロナの中でもその菜の花を見ながらマラソンで走るっていう菜の花マラソンという行事があるんですね。で、来年ですね、来年の1月に開催されるんですけども、またでもそんな大規模ではなくて、なんかリモートで今年はマラソンをしようかっていう話がこの指宿の観光協会から上がってる現在です。はい、
マラソンをリモートでっていうのがちょっといまいちどんな
形なのか私も説明のしようがないんですけどお初のことで
まだコンサートはリモートってわかるんですけど、マラソンをリモートでっていう、
景色を提供するんですかね。
みんなルームランナーです。
どんな形になるのか楽しみです。
そうですね、ちょっとどうなるんでしょうね、なんか不思議な感じがしますけれども、はい、この曲は、私にとっての思い出を言うと、小さい頃、赤ちゃんの頃に泣いていた時にいろんな曲を歌ってみた両親が、やっとおぼろ月をさえ歌えば私が泣き止むということを発見し、もう常に歌ってくれていた曲らしくて、それもあってか私もすごく聴くたんびに癒されるなって思うんですけれども、今回はフルートとピアノで演奏していただきました。2021年で何か決まっているコンサートとかイベントとかありますか
？2021年はまだ、未定な部分が多いんですけども、幼稚園とか学校の訪問のコンサートはいくつか決まってて、もうコロナの対策をしっかりしながらお邪魔しようかなと思ってます。
21年は特に主婦業かな、頑張るのはそんな感じです。
主婦業大変ですからね、このコロナの中は。
頑張ります。
はい、お二人とも今日はお時間ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
ではお二人の演奏でおぼろ月をお聴きください。 Hi, Manami. Thank you for joining me today. So everyone, meet Manami Hattori, soprano singer based in New York.
Hi.
Can you introduce yourself, Manami?
Yes, I'm Manami Hattori. I'm soprano. I'm originally from Kobe, Japan, and I've been in New York City for more than decades.
Did you come to New York for college, or what was the reason for you to come to New York?
I was participating young artist program, opera program in San Francisco. It is called Merora Opera Program. So that was the reason I came to United States.
And you moved to New York after that?
Yes, afterwards I had my teacher and my coach, everyone in New York, and I thought more opportunity to work as a singer or make a connection in New York. And of course, New York has a Metropolitan Opera, Carnegie Hall, Lincoln Center. So it's like obviously more opportunity, or there's more things to study. All of those, it is top of the world to learn when I was in San Francisco.
Great. All the places you mentioned, like Carnegie Hall, Lincoln Center, shut down right now at the moment. Did the pandemic change your lifestyle?
Oh, yes, 100%. Of course, as a performer, it's like we getting the gigs and jobs from those theater or the organization. So very often I sing in Carnegie Hall, Lincoln Centers, or other organization, and all of that, it's shut down.
Yeah, it's very, very sad.
So we do not have opportunity to sing in person. We all do now. It's in a recording, online concert. So yeah, dramatically changed.
The video that we are about to watch now, so pretty. I cannot wait for people to watch it. But were you filming this in New York City?
Yes, actually, it's my neighbor. Actually, there's a beautiful park, and I wanted to make like a music video type of stuff. So it's like I was kind of in my head sketching, what scene I should use where. So I picked like 5, 6 places, and then it's very popular. Everybody making music video there, and also wedding, or they taking pictures for some engagement announcements, all that stuff. So always people's there, and I wanted to use that location. It happened to be my neighborhood. Tryon Park in New York City. It's like a north part of Manhattan. And there is a museum, part of Metropolitan Museum branches.
Which one?
Tapestry Museum.
A tapestry museum.
Yes. Cloister Museum. It's beautiful. It looks like castle, little castle. And a medieval festival always happened there. So it feels like escaping from daily life.
Okay. So you sang a song from Madame Butterfly.
Yes.
Do you have any attachment to that song particularly?
Well, because I'm Japanese and a soprano, so I happened to be offered Madame Butterfly more than any other role. So now it's really my skin. I know upside down it's very well, and as a Japanese, I can bring into more the depth of the culture and introducing more traditional way. So I have all the wigs, and of course butterfly kimono, different type of obi, and I could bring more traditions to the production. So yes, I got many opportunity to sing, and I enjoyed it very much. That's why I picked this area.
Thank you so much. Do you have any future concert or anything that's coming up?
Yes, recently, December 12th, we did a holiday concert with a chamber group, Diance's Chamber Music Ensemble, which is Japanese girls ensemble with a violin, piano, and singers. And plus, I'm the part of the musicians 30. We meet up with a certain time and practice 30 minutes and share what you did, what you achieved, share resources. And I love this group, and we wanted to do some holiday concerts together.
Are you working on any project right now?
Yes, in the future, I wanted to make CD. Every year until the pandemic started, every year different theme of the recital. And I wanted to make some recording because people are asking, where's your CD? So probably I will do that as a next project, and then I will put some little bits of the information or some in progress in Instagram.
Thank you so much. So let's enjoy Manami's Madam Butterfly.
And enjoy your holidays.
I'm Divya Mouse, the composer of the new musical The Molly House, co-written with librettist and lyricist Richard Hansen. Our musical takes place in London in the 1720s, when the government was really actively persecuting the gay members of their community. And as a result, all of these underground gay bars and clubs sprang up all over London as a safe haven for people to be themselves. This song you're about to hear, Sewn Into, is the love song, the central love song of our show. If you like what you hear and you'd love to know more about the story and hear more of the songs, you can find all of that at www.mollyhousemusical.com. Enjoy the song.
Will you be my mystery? Will you give into desire? Will you let me hold you close, or let me try to be your resting place? If you ever stop your running, can I be the reason why? You are the dream I can't let go. Every seam of your body, a new home. Surrounded by only you, I want to be sewn into you. Can I be your happiness? Can I hold you until morning? With your head upon my chest, my racing heart can be a home for you. Can I be the one to catch you when your whole world falls apart? You are a dream I can't let go. Every seam of your body, a new home. Surrounded by only you, I want to be sewn into you. 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 Let the past fade away. Let the future wait. I am with you now.
ミカさん、こんにちは。
では、
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
まずは簡単に自己紹介お願いできますか？
はい、森美香と申します。歌を歌ってましてソプラノです。今日本に住んでいますが、出身は鳥取県の米子市というところです。
ニューヨークには何年ぐらい在住してたんですか？
そうですね、ニューヨークには3年半滞在しておりました。
じゃあその間に私が出会ったってことですね。
そうですね。
ね、もうなんか懐かしいです。
私プライベートレッスンに初めて英語が全くできなくて、ゆいちゃんにお付き合いいただいて、
なんか録音なんかも一緒にさせていただいて。
そうね、懐かしいね。
で、本当は今年もね、本当は夏にご一緒できる予定がコロナで流れてしまったんですけれども、2020年とんでもない年になりましたが、どうお過ごしですか
？2020年は2月末からもうコンサートが全部まずは延期という形になって、その後中止になりました。なので私は今年1年、残すところあと2週間ちょっとありますが、一度も舞台には立ってません。全部動画で1回も本番のステージには立っていない1年になりました。
そうですね。もうなんかこればかりは私たちにはどうしようもないですからね。
どうしようもない。もうね、今はね、みんなかからないで、元気にね。
そうですね。今回紹介する動画なんですけれども、ミカさん以外のメンバーのご紹介お願いします。
はい。一緒に歌を歌っております、メゾソプラノの新宮ゆり。彼女は私、付き合いがとても長いんですけれども、よく2人で一緒にデュエットのコンサートをしております。ピアニストの竹村譲子。彼女もいろんなコンサートですね、ソロのコンサートなんか、ピアノを一緒に弾いていただいて、コンサートをしてます。で、ピアノの竹村譲子さんとメゾソプラノの新宮ゆりさんは、今回の動画が初めての共演になります。
あ、そうなんですね。
はい。この動画を撮るときに、はじめましてって言って、お願いしますって言って動画を撮り、演奏もしました。
2人とも、ミカさんとは、
そうです。私とはお二方とも長いお付き合いはあるんですけれども、やっと三角形になりました。つながり。
竹村さんはミカさんのクラシックのね、CD でも。
そうです。1枚目の CD を録音したときに彼女を紹介していただいて、それから講師ともにすごく仲良くさせていただいてるんですけれども、とっても素敵なね、ピアニストさんで、私は女性としても憧れの存在です。
とっても1曲目からもうちょっとびっくりするような可愛らしい演出とかがあって。
もうね、今ね、みんなちょっとね、元気がないっていうわけではないんだけど、やっぱり明るくなってほしいなっていうね、気持ちも込めて、ちょっとびっくり、私がびっくりしました。い
や、私もチェックしてた時に、
びっくりした？そうでしょ
これはびっくりっていうか。
ね、やっぱりね、このくらいね、刺激がないともう今ないからね。
だからびっくり、皆さんびっくりしないようにお願いしますね。
びっくりしないように、
飲み物、食べ物はちょっと気にした方がいいかもしれないですね。
そう。
そうなんですね。じゃあ、今回の3曲、曲目を紹介していただけると嬉しいです。
はい。1曲目、恋のバカンス。これはとても昭和らしい曲といいますか、日本のね、ポップスの曲なんですけれども、この恋のバカンスも女性2人がちょっと振り付けをつけて歌っている曲で、ノリのいい曲なので元気になると思います。そして2曲目、3曲目は木下真紀子さんという方の曲なんですけれども、もともと合唱曲なんですね。で、その愛の歌という歌曲集の中から2曲、揺れるという曲と雪の街。これからね、ちょっとちらちら雪が降るんじゃないかなと思いながら、選曲してみました。
音楽も素敵ですけれども、歌詞がね、柳瀬隆さんのアンパンマンをね、
そうなんです。アンパンマンをね、作った方がね、アンパンマンと全然、
そうですね、
違う歌詞なので、またその辺も楽しんでいただけたらなと思います。
はい。では、お聴きいただきましょう。森美香さん、新宮ゆりさん、竹村譲子さん、3人の演奏で恋のバカンス、愛の歌より揺れる、雪の街、どうぞお聴きください。
ため息の出るよう
Hi, Vasco.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Likewise.
Can you introduce yourself?
Hi, everybody. My name is Vasco Dukovsky. I am originally from the Republic of Macedonia, which is a tiny little country, very ancient, but still surviving in the Balkan Peninsula. I grew up there for most of my life. I was born there. And then I went to the US and spent another half of my life in New York, where actually I met you in school and then around New York City. I guess many things at this point. I used to be a clarinetist. Now I'm a clarinetist, and I'm also an improviser, a composer. I play a bunch of different pipes from around the world, including Far East, Middle East, Asia, and so on and so forth. I play also multiple styles of music. Yeah, so I have a sort of very open worldly understanding of sound. Currently, I'm living in China. At the moment, I'm actually in Nanjing, where I'm teaching. I'm a clarinet professor at the University of Nanjing, or Nanjing University of Arts. And I also spend half of my week in Shanghai, where I'm actually based. So I've been here for about a year right now.
Cool. So, now that you're in China, how are you surviving the, time of this pandemic? Do you have concerts or?
China, unlike anywhere else in the world, thankfully and gratefully got the situation under control pretty quickly, almost back to normal in many regards. And in some regards, it's still basically very careful in terms of doing stuff. So concerts and other things are happening, but sort of limited seating and very cautiously observed, which is actually wonderful. But of course, it had an effect on the arts everywhere, So for a few months, of course, we didn't have anything going on. We were teaching online for most of the last semester. The first part of the year was very affected. We were on lockdown for like a couple of months, and then very carefully, going out only when necessary for like another 2 months. And then, even now you have to be very careful in terms of wearing masks, checking temperature and stuff like that. That's become a very standard procedure, but thankfully things are under control. It's amazing that they have actually a system. And of course, this led to many collaborations online. Various projects online with people from Europe or across continental at this point, So, it's a very interesting thing. From one side, yeah, we can't do what we are traditionally sort of used to doing, but then at the same time, I think creativity always wins. Living in this revolutionary digital age, we have the capabilities right now to actually do creative things, such as your project and many others. This is amazing that we can do it, It's like, so I've done an online opera at this point. I've done concerts. I've done all kinds of different things, which is kind of fascinating,
That's right.
And so from one side, it's really a bad thing that we have to actually cancel so many performances and a lot of artists are struggling. But from the other side, whoever is actually creative enough can use this to their advantage and actually create all kinds of different things. Of course, we won't replicate or be able to come close to the real live human interaction, since, we are just one degree away from that. But in the sense of, can we use this to actually still be relevant in this time? Absolutely, So
yeah, wonderful. I'm glad to hear that something is happening where you are. So the piece you submitted for us, is that brand new?
Yeah, it's brand new actually. I put it together a few days ago.
Wow.
Literally, And I've been sort of thinking a lot about, you know, the time we live in and what's happening globally, and, you know, how we utilize technology. So the piece is called Clanking Replicator, which is this idea that using artificial intelligence and robotics and nanotechnology, where you have a body that's fully sufficient and able to recreate itself and sort of create a whole continuous sort of species, very like us humans, but in a different life form, which is, you know, robotics and other things, or perhaps different creatures that, you know, being at the early stage of nanotechnology, we still don't know what's possible yet. So the idea of this, of course, you know, you can sort of do this with many takes of musical ideas and stuff like that. So I don't want to give too much away from what you're about to see in terms of the video, but you'll see multiplications of me. And, you know, since I'm the only person playing there, and so there are not too many musical lines in there, of course, but it's a lot of visual sort of representation of the ability of, or possibility of, technology, and how quickly and easily we can do stuff like this. And, you know, as a composer as well, you know, using artificial intelligence right now in terms of composing, I mean, you can literally feed a program a few ideas and it can keep creating music forever. So it's a very interesting time. And so anyways, I got this idea and created this piece.
Great.
As just sort of a little thought.
So I guess I'm gonna find out like what you played in the video, and can't wait to watch the video.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Cool.
Well, do you have anything coming up soon? Like any collaboration, anything that you're working on right now for the, you know, maybe 2021 or anything?
Recording a bunch of new things and also creating a bunch of new things. Write stuff for multiple collaborations, and I will be releasing a lot of new stuff actually this year. I just released an album. When was it? Like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Abiogenesis, with a really good friend of mine, guitarist Elias Meister. Actually, it's available on all digital platforms. I don't know if you've heard that, but it's so the idea behind that album, it's an improvised sort of album, but the idea behind that was the creation, sort of explore the idea of the creation and what creates life on this planet, universe, whatever you want to call it. And so it's quite abstract and far out in a sense, but for those curious and interested, they can check it out. It's available, I think, on most platforms, digital platforms. So yeah.
Great. Any other news? Any news to share?
Any other news? I don't know.
Okay.
My Mandarin is getting slowly better.
What is it? What is it?
My Mandarin is getting slowly better.
That's good news. Very good news.
I think that's pretty. Yeah. I mean, in my world, you know, I'm slowly. This is really amazing, but like I speak a few languages, but Mandarin it's quite challenging, and so I'm slowly beginning to understand few things as I walk around. But of course, there are dialects everywhere. So like, you know, in Nanjing there is a local thing. So if they start speaking that, I'm like, huh? I'm only getting there, baby steps. You know, like I think my Chinese is as good as maybe 2 or 3 year old right now. Maybe. So.
Well. Thank you, Vasco.
But you know, yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. This is a real treat. I really appreciate it, and I can't wait to hear what everybody has contributed. And congratulations on 10 years, by the way.
Thank you. You actually haven't participated in any of the festivals, but You played for us in 2010, the dance collaboration in Queen.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that. It was a piece by, we did something viewer stuff, then David Fulmer, and
yeah,
flies by.
Time flies.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Vasco. Let's watch Vasco Dukovsky's Clanking Replicator.
Hey, Trevor. How are you doing?
Good, good. How are you?
Okay, everybody meet Trevor New. So, Trevor, could you tell us about yourself a little bit?
Well, let's see. I'm a classically trained violist. I've been playing, I guess, for about 23 or 24 years, which has gone by pretty quickly. Um, and then I work with a lot of technology, a lot of music technology, and these days a lot more video. And so do a lot of composition and many different kinds of collaboration within any sort of medium that accepts sound. And I'm moving into video as well. So, and that sort of brings us to what we're doing too.
Awesome. And where are you originally from and what brought you to New York City area?
So I grew up half in New Jersey and then half in Oregon. So my basically split my childhood right down the middle. Uh, and what sort of brought me to the city, I think, was having experienced a lot of different diverse, art experiences as a child, and also being really interested in the the level of playing and all of the the folklore around these really epic string players that I grew up hearing about once I was in Oregon, which is where I actually started playing. So while Oregon was this really amazing place, all the way up through public school and into college, up through undergrad, I always had this want to try to get back to the East Coast and explore the things I'd been hearing about while I was on the West Coast.
Awesome. So when did you move to New York?
I moved to New York in the summer of 2010 after grad school at University of Michigan, and into a very hot apartment. And it was the hottest week on record at that point. And yeah, I just kind of hit the ground running, trying to find work and meeting as many people as I could. What I sort of didn't realize was that I was going to, move from playing uh, classically to doing a lot more improv. That was something that I was interested in, but doing more improv and definitely composition and different kinds of creation, that was something that I really enjoyed doing, but I was not aware that it was something that I could actually make some sort of a career out of.
Awesome. Well, I'm happy to tell you that I was also living in Michigan because I went to Interlochen for 2 years.
Oh, right.
Yeah, very cold.
Yeah, it gets a little chilly.
Yeah, beautiful though.
Yeah.
All right, so this work is our collaboration actually. So let's talk about how it came to be.
Yeah, I was just going through Instagram and I saw you're playing, and we've met before, like quite a while ago, I think. And yeah, I was thinking, it's like, oh wow, I'm really enjoying your playing, and I think there's some really interesting things that we could do musically, which I'm looking forward to continuing to do. And what the video that we've prepared, I think, is a good first step in sort of feeling out what we can do in this kind of medium and at this distance, because that's always I say always, that's the thing that we're dealing with now. And there are some things that are harder to do, and there's some things that are easier to do with that as well. And I'm looking forward to exploring that.
Yeah, and what was the title, Trevor?
Yeah, going with the is it going with the flow?
Yes. So yeah, we actually named that just now, but I think it's a great title, right?
Yeah, it's very much the vibe, because we're figuring things out, and we have we have a lot of different musical experiences and expertise, and it can be a really interesting thing to take a lot of powerful and sort of traditional approaches and then throw everything into a place that is less traditional, and kind of see what happens when you try to think about what you need to do and what your goals are. And yeah, it's kind of fun.
Yeah, and just so I explain how we made this collaboration a little bit. So I made the video that you see, me playing marimba, and I didn't do anything. I didn't talk to Trevor. He didn't talk to me, but he just decided to do something with that. So it's very much like a collaboration, but we didn't really talk about it. It's more like he listened to what I did and he got inspired by it and then he made something. So it's very interesting. I haven't made music this way, but I think it reminds me of like how the postal service made songs, right? They just mailed each other things, I think.
Right. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, that's why they're called the postal service.
That makes sense. I just thought it was just being ironic and random. So that's really cool. Yeah, it's like an interesting thing too, because sort of like just as a process thing, it's not only that you give me something and then I play along with it, but also that I get to hear it first as it's something that you're sort of producing at will, which is, it's very different from how you could play live, because there isn't that restrictiveness, and then there isn't also that ability to just go back and listen. So it's really interesting to go to recordings that have this energy and unpredictability, and then take something that, like, so doing what I'm doing afterwards and being very predictable for me. So yeah, seeing what happens with that is, I think, pretty cool.
Yeah, and do you have anything that you want to tell us about what you're planning to do in the next year, or do you have anything you want to just tell us what's happening? Or
Yes, I generally, what I'm trying to do these days is to find a way to either collaborate, which we're doing, collaborate with other musicians as we're spread apart, but then also help everybody kind of adapt to what is happening now, and kind of uh help be a part of making a way for everybody to move forward in a new sense, because I guess not only are we dealing with distance now, but there are a lot of things that have changed that are probably not going back to the way they were, because new avenues have been open. And I think that it's a really exciting time in terms of how we've been forced to connect in a different way, in reaction to incredible challenges and incredible difficulties and very bad things. And using taking this energy that we get from these really bad things happening, and turning that into something that we can that can help us move better in the world, I think is really important. So I think music can be that, and especially with what we're able to do with technology, it can be like a really positive thing to find ways of all of us communicating, now that we have fewer boundaries and borders in a way. Yeah, so I'm, as a very broad way of putting that, and then in a simple sense, I'm trying to see what a new musician's going to be doing in the new world.
cool. So do you want to tell us where we can find you?
Yes, I have my website. It's trevornew.com. And then I also have a YouTube channel, which is, I think it's YouTube/C/TrevorNew. And I have a lot of different things up there. And I've been posting videos about, what it's like to make things these days. And yeah, the things that I've been up to, and a lot of performances as well.
Cool. And what was your Instagram?
Oh, my Instagram is it's at Vox Viola, VOXVIOLA.
Awesome. Well, I hope everybody enjoy our collaboration. So let's take a look at our video. Thanks, Trevor.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Solange.
Hey, Yuri. So good to see you.
So good to see you too. So everyone, meet Solange Meridinian, wonderful mezzo-soprano. Can I ask you to introduce yourself?
Sure. So, like you just said, I'm Solange Meridinian, mezzo-soprano. Lately I like to call myself a singer, just because not only I like to sing in classical music, but many genres. And I'm originally from Argentina, Cordoba, Argentina, which is the second largest city of Argentina. And I moved here a long time ago. Here it's New York City to study music, to pursue my career in flute and voice at the Pre-College of Juilliard. But then later on for college, I ended up just sticking to singing. And that's what I did at Juilliard undergrad, and then for my master's at Bard College Conservatory. And ever since, I've been in New York, freelancing, singing around the world, and I've been very lucky to do what I love to do.
So before we get to the video, I want to ask you how you have been doing during the pandemic.
Well, what can I tell you? I'm sure for for everybody really around the world, it's been an interesting time to say the least. For musicians in particular, or artists here in New York, it's been slow. At the beginning, it was very slow, since all the theaters and everything closed pretty quickly on March 11th. I actually got to do the release of my first album ever, Composing Roots, on March 11th in New York City, and then on the 12th, everything shut down. So I was lucky enough to do my last performance the last day that things were open. But I think it's a time that we've learned how to do a lot of things that we've never done before, which is using and doing videos on the internet. Personally, with my brother and another colleague, Sami Merdinian and Yves Raj, we have a non-for-profit and it's a music festival. So we had to restructure the whole festival, which was over 40 hours of music and activities that usually we would do it in Argentina, we had to redo everything and do online programming, concert, educational programming, some interactive stuff. Well, all of that online, which it was a learning curve for sure. And, you know, I was supposed to have my solo debut recital at Carnegie Hall this year from an award that I won in 2019, but that has been postponed now till maybe 2022. And like that, many concerts. So it's been like I said, it's been a learning curve of doing a lot of online recordings. I was suggested to do recordings myself for a particular opera that it's being recorded. So I had to learn a lot of things that I'm very not good at, but you know, I guess we added skills to our knowledge. So I can't complain about that, but I really do look forward to singing in person again and audiences and teaching in person and collaborating with friends, you know, like that's the best part of all of this. It's just collaborating with people that love the same thing as you do. So I hope we can bring music back to direct audiences without a device soon, but at least we have the privilege to have this actually, and to be able to talk and to be able to do concerts online that reach more people, not just the people in the audience, right? So at least that's the positive side of all this too.
Totally agree. Yeah, definitely. So if you could talk about the video that we're about to watch, that would be awesome. When did you film this and how did you pick the pieces? You know, all those things.
Sure. So this video actually, it's a few years old. This is the Teatro del Libertador, San Martin in Cordoba, Argentina. It's the most important theater of Cordoba, Argentina, where I'm from. And I wanted to bring it to the world. So you guys take a little trip to Argentina with me. And it was filmed as part of the New Doctor Festival. And that was the first year we did it. And the pianist is Gabriela Martinez, who actually, we went to pre-college of Juilliard together and then college as well. So as like I said, collaborating with friends is I think is the most fulfilling part of all this. And we were able to bring her down to Argentina to play with us, fabulous pianist, as you'll hear. And the program that is set there, I wanted to bring what is part of our mission, which is the cross-cultural diversity through music. So the first part is music by Carlos Guastavino, which is a composer, Argentinian composer, one of my most favorite classical composers of Argentina, that it's not well known in the US as much. He composed over 500 songs for voice and piano, also choral works, just really, really beautiful music that you will be able to hear that picks up a lot of the folk tunes and rhythms of Argentina. So in that first section, you'll hear a few pieces by Carlos Guastavino, which is one of my favorite composers. As I said, I grew up with him singing in choirs in Argentina. So when I try my best to always program some of his songs in concerts that I do. And then the second half is American music by William Balcom, which it's part of his cabaret songs, which I adore. Like I say, I like to sing many genres, and in this case, you could tell that I picked classical music that is based basically on folk music and in cabaret music. So I think that tells you a lot about what type of music I like, which is very diverse. So in a way, I want to present both my roots in music, which is I'm part Argentinian, and by now I'm part American. So I wanted to put them together in a program, and I think they go really well together.
Yes, and the theater is beautiful, your voice is beautiful, accompanied by a great pianist. So, okay, one more question. Do you have any news to share with us?
News? Ooh, about what? I have so many now.
well, maybe maybe specifically like what you're planning to do next year, 2021.
Like I said, everything is so up in the air right now that we don't know what's happening, right? Like, for example, the concert at Carnegie was supposed to be in 2021. Now it might be 2022, so I'm not sure about that. I'm actually working close together for an opera company that is resurfacing again, which is called Opera Hispanica. And I did Maria de Buenos Aires a while ago. I did Maria de Buenos Aires here by Piazzolla, the operetta by Piazzolla here in New York. And I'm working with them to develop more of the programming and also do other sort of educational programming. Obviously, I'm working really hard for our New Docta festival, so we'll see what this coming year brings. I think because we don't know what's happening in 2021 yet, that we're trying to strategize, like change quite a bit of what we had been doing till now. And then also, because I won this competition called Pro Musicis last year, that we're trying to start partnerships of educational programming with the Sheen Center, which is here in New York, and do, along with New Docta, do a lot of bilingual programming in Spanish and English. So there's a lot of projects. Let's cross our fingers that we'll be able to do them all. I'm sure different things will come along, and hopefully many musical opportunities will come in 2021. But for the time being, I mean, we'll keep working and learning and hopefully collaborating with festivals like yours and programming like yours, and we'll do more things and keep creating. So I hope I tell you many more news when we're in touch in the near future.
Yeah, tell us whenever you have it.
For sure, I will.
So, what's the website address, or anything? Like, where can we find you?
I always post myself on Instagram. That's super easy in a way to either get in touch or to just follow instantly what I'm doing musically. So Solange.Merdinian, Merdinian. You can see probably my name down there. Then also I have my website, which is solangemerdinian.com. And then also to check out what we do at New Docta, which is the festival and the nonprofit that I told you about, which we started doing activities here in New York. We've done things in Puerto Rico, in Chile, in Argentina every year. So it's New Docta, like New York, Docta, DOCTA.org. And so if you can't remember my name, that might be easier to remember, newdocta.org. And you'll see all our activities and the past performers and guest performers that were part of this year's festival. So we got really lucky this year. We had really prominent artists come through and be able to teach for our community in South America, which was great. So yeah, I invite you all to follow. I have Facebook, my Facebook page, Instagram, my page, and then New Docta has also New Docta in Instagram, New Docta on Facebook. So there are many places you can find what I'm doing and what we're doing together. So I invite you to do that.
Great, thank you.
And if you have questions, always, I'm reachable. Like I always say, it's very easy to reach out. So I'm always accessible and happy to answer whatever questions you might have.
Yes. And you have been great to MuSE. I mean, you have been coaching MuSE chorus as well. So thank you for that too.
I love working with you guys. It's always been a pleasure.
And hopefully we can, come and sing in the same room one more time very soon.
We keep our fingers crossed, even if it's through this medium, even if it's not in person. I think we could do a lot. Now we're that barrier of, even if we're far away, we're still close together. So I think that barrier during COVID kind of came down, and we realized that we could do so many more things now because we have these devices and these mediums. I think we got used to it. So I think the complement of doing it in person plus doing it this way, I think we could accomplish a lot more.
Definitely, yes. I think so too. Thank you so much, Solange.
My pleasure.
Okay, let's listen.
I invite you to listen to the program. So enjoy.
silencio que siempre se quedó diciendo adiós. El río pasa y la peina, el río lo jura amar. La rama le da sus trenzas, el río miente y se va. El viento pasa y la peina, y talle le hace cimbrear. Toda la ramita canta, el viento miente y se va. Se va, se va, y la ramita se inclina, no la verán sollozar. Se va, y la ramita se inclina, no la verán sollozar. Bonita rama de sauce, bonita rama de amor, florecida de alegría, con el alba amaneció. Debajo de su caricia, dormido estaba el cantor, con la guitarra y la boca le latía una canción. Más dulce el viento que el río, la noche entera cantó. Coronado con la rama, abrazadito quedó. Cantar, cantar, las verdes coplas del sauce, altas por el cielo van. Cantar, cantar, las verdes coplas del sauce, altas por el cielo van. Se equivocó la paloma, se equivocaba. Por ir al norte fue al sur, creyó que el trigo era agua, se equivocaba. Creyó que el mar era el cielo, que la noche la mañana, se equivocaba, se equivocaba. Que las estrellas rocío, que la huella mi tierra tan trasnochada. Yo te daré mis sueños, dame tu Como el pájaro antiguo conozco el rastro. Sé cuando el trigo es verde, cuando hay que amarlo. Por eso es que mi vida no te confundas. El agua que yo busco es más profunda. Para que fuera cierta, te alcé un canto. Ahora te dejo solo, me voy llorando, pero nunca me cielo, de pena muero. Como la luz del día, nazco de nuevo, nazco de nuevo. A la huella mi tierra tan trasnochada. Yo te daré mis sueños, dame tu Waiting, waiting, I've been waiting, waiting, waiting all my life. That light keeps on hiding from me, but it someday just might bless my sight. Waiting, waiting, waiting. At the last lousy moments of love, he wanted to tell me the truth. At the last riding rotten moments of love, he wanted to tell me the truth about me, of course. Thanks, I'll need this. At the last lousy moments of love, he wanted to tell me that I wasn't doing too well. I was eating and drinking and talking too much. He wanted to tell me as a friend at the end of those last lousy moments of love. He wanted to tell me he was leaving. He'd waited too long to tell me that I was self-righteous, even when I wasn't wrong. And I spoke about friendship till friends gave me up as a friend for the season. For which reason he wanted to tell me the truth. He wanted to tell me these things as a friend. He wanted to tell me, but he didn't in the end. And those last lousy moments of love. He said it all with his body to my best friend. Can't sleep dreaming of you, dreaming of me, turning to you again by me. Hush. No, don't cry. All I was doing was dreaming. It wasn't the policeman's fault in all the traffic roar. Instead of shouting halt when he saw me, he shouted amor, 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 amor. Even the ice cream man, free ice creams by the score. Instead of shouting butter pecan, well, look at me. He shouted amor, amor, amor. All over town it went that way. Everybody took out the day. Even philosophers understood how good was the good, 'cause I looked so good. The poor stopped taking less. The rich stopped needing more. Instead of shouting no and yes, both looking at me, shouted amor. Da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. My stay in town was cut short. I was dragged to court. The judge said I disturbed the peace, and the jury gave him what for. came to the stand, took my hand, and whispered, Amor, amor, amor. Night was turning into day. I walked alone away, never see the town again. But as I passed the church house door, instead of singing Amen, the choir was singing Amor, da 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 da. Amor, amor, amor.
Hi, I'm Spencer. I wrote the music for the song Holding On, and I'm going to turn things over to Erin. She's going to tell you what the song's about and what the inspiration for it was. But before I do, I just want to give a big thank you to our performers, our musicians, to Erin, and of course a big thank you to the Sounds of Arts Festival for giving us this opportunity to share our song with you. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Erin Reifler, and I wrote the lyrics for Holding On. This song is the first song actually that Spencer and I wrote together. And we were both sort of sitting in, I think we were in an office and, you know, not a very like artistic place. And Spencer had his guitar and I was, you know, sitting in front of my computer and we were sort of trying to find common ground of what we were both interested in exploring. And both of us had talked a lot about mental health, and we had talked a lot about all of this like baggage that was sort of holding us down, and but also some of the good things that we were keeping with us in our day-to-day basis, like the good and the bad and the ugly and the beautiful, and how all of those sometimes get jumbled up into each other. And so I remember Spencer just started like humming on his guitar, and then we came up with these lyrics of holding on and what's, you know, what everybody takes with them in their day-to-day lives, and how that affects us and how that changes us. And, you know, instead of answering that question for anybody who's listening to the song, we pose that question. We're asking, what is holding on to you? What are those things that you're carrying? And, you know, be conscious of them. How are you thinking of them? I'd encourage everybody, as you're listening and enjoying this song, to sort of reflect on the different things in your life that are just happening, and sit with it. You know, it's okay. It's okay to hold on to things. It's okay to not hold on to things. And thank you also to MuSE. We're really excited to be a part of your virtual concert. Hope you enjoy.
Holding on. on? What's holding on to you? Holding on. What's holding on to you?
Memories of remembering the feeling in my chest, the outline of your face, a wisp of hair.
Calluses and candles, shadow of your touch, moments only we could ever share.
I still feel the dip in our empty bed, wishing there was more I could have said. Holding on, what's holding on to you?
Holding on, what's holding on to you?
So many crumpled pages and old books I've never read, all stacked on shelves covered in dust.
Little notes from lovers, birthday cards from friends, dictating thank yous, congrats, and lust.
I keep them around just because, and they're reminders of who I once was.
Holding on, what's holding on to you? Holding on, what's holding on to you?
I am thinking,
I am feeling,
I am terrified.
I am navigating every high and low you know.
I am weary,
I am
I
wide,
am
I
bored.
am inspired.
I will never ever let these feelings go.
My mind is a child, curious and sweet, and somehow always has a running nose.
My body has grown, felt the aches of time, but a mirror is the only place they chose. I've got life, loving time to simply be,
But somehow I've never felt this free. Holding on, what's holding on to you? Holding on, what's holding on to you?
I am holding on, I am navigating every high and low you know. I am holding on, I will never let this music go.
Holding on, what's holding on to you? Holding on, what's holding on to you?
Chihiro, we did it!
Oh my god. Whew. That was a lot
That
of
was
music.
yeah, it was very exciting.
Yeah,
Wow.
everybody was so awesome.
Well, we are very, very grateful that these artists actually sent us these amazing videos to share with you today.
Yeah, I'm glad that MuSE could create this virtual festival. So thank you so much for watching and thank you so much for your support.
For those of you who want to, support the artist directly, please go to our website for the Sounds of Us Festival 2020. There's a page that has all the information for each artist. If you want to support them directly, you can do so. And if you can help us by donating to our Indiegogo campaign, all of your contribution will be tax deductible. And the information is right here.
We hope to upload more videos on our YouTube channel going forward, so please subscribe to our channel if you liked what you saw today.
And you can go to our website to sign up for our email list. And the link is right here.
Please stay safe and healthy.
Thank you very much for watching.